Hey, hey, Wee. Hey, H. Hey, little Dev. Um, so today I just wanted to go over something that's come out in the media about the LA fires. So they're actually having prison inmates fight these wildfires, which there's nothing wrong with that, but they're only making like $1 an hour for fighting fires. Hey, Poppy. That's kind of crazy, right? Kind of crazy. They're risking their life for $1 an hour. Inmates in California are sometimes deployed to help fight wildfires. The program has been criticized for paying inmates low wages for dangerous work. It is. It very much is. Hey, Debbie. So now this is basically how it's working. So the inmates volunteer for the program, and they must be physically and mentally fit and have less than 8 years left on their sentence, right? Now, they can earn time off of their sentence for each day they work. They can also receive vocational training that may help them get the job after they're released, which is a good thing right there, right? That's definitely a good thing right there, that they can get the vocational training to get the job when they're released, because this is the problem, right? The problem is a lot of inmates, when they're released from prison or jail, they can't find work. Yes, this is in California. As in the title, LA, Los Angeles, California, Corey. So that's a perk, but it helps with the expungement process, which can make it easier for them to apply for jobs after they're released. But there's a lot of benefits, but there's a lot of drawbacks on this. So it can make inmates have a sense of purpose, right? A sense of hope, but they are fighting wildfires. Now the vocational training is a plus, and they can receive the time off of their sentence, like I said. But there are drawbacks. They're paid less than minimum wage. They have difficulty finding the jobs after they're released because of the criminal record. And the program has been criticized as exploitive. Now, the thing about it is, this program has been in place for decades. So they've been using inmates to fight these wildfires since the 19th century. Why are they just now getting the acknowledgement? Right? So, as of right now, nearly 1,000 incarcerated men and women have joined the front lines in a battle against record-breaking wildfires burning across Southern California. There are now 939. It's a part of a long-running volunteer program led by the California Departments of Corrections and Rehabilitation. This is crazy. They're paying them $1 an hour to fight these wildfires. $1 an hour. They earn between $5.80 to $10.25 per day. Wow. When it's an active emergency, they earn an additional $1 an hour. That's crazy. That is crazy. Sad, but crazy. Sad, but crazy. Hang on a minute. Okay. Hold on. Hang on. This is from Fox News. Fox 10 Phoenix. As soon as it comes up. Hang on. Oh shit, hang on. Hang on, I got it started before I needed to. Ah. Hang on. Let me stop sharing that for a minute until I can get it up. Until I can get it up. What the fuck is it doing that? Hold on. There we go. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I don't know why it's doing that. It's like it's not wanting me to share it. Hold on. Wow. Okay, hold on. Fuck. Why is it doing that? I do not know. Huh. That's weird. It just must be the way Fox News is. Now let me show what I want to show. Okay, well, we won't show that one. We will not show that one. Let's go to ABC. That's got to be better. Danny? Well, they get vocational training, but that doesn't mean that they're going to get a job. Right? They're putting their life on the line. Now, if they get their records expunged, that's a good thing, right? I got you, Lee. I see you, babe. You're good. You are fine. You're like a fine wine. Here, let me pull my chat up. Let me pull my chat up. Okay. But are they... They don't even get to keep this money. Half goes toward paying the fines. The rest goes into account when they get released. Hey, Karen with a C. Yeah, that sucks. Well, I mean, if they're getting vocational training and stuff like that, at least they're just not having nothing done. I would think that the expungement would be the most promising thing, is what I would think. Hold on, I'll bring that picture back up. Thank you, Poppy. I will pin that. Not that anybody cares, but I'll pin it anyway. That's, I don't know. That's pretty wild. Pretty wild. Where's my tab I just had? My too many tabs pulled up. H. Davis. Calling H. Davis. Yeah, it does give them a sense of normal life. I completely get it. Now, California is not the only state that does that. Alabama, we do it here in Indiana, believe it or not. We do it here in Indiana. It's Alabama, California, Indiana, Mississippi, New Mexico, and Wyoming, along with the Federal Bureau of Prisons. They have deployed incarcerated firefighters to respond to local emergencies. While these programs fill a vital service in many rural areas, they aren't universally loved. I'm absolutely proud of them for real. For real. But we're talking about people who are risking their lives. Risking their lives. Now these are considered low offenders, right? Can a felon be a firefighter? California law enforcement, no. Firefighters, yes, and only state, not county. That's low risk offenders. Thank you, Pink Banjo. Thank you, darling. You know, I'm gonna be switching the mods that are in here right now. You guys are absolutely fine. But you know, H, you've been coming in at the beginning, and then we don't see you until we're about ready to wrap up. I don't know what's up with that. So I don't know. I don't know. You're on the line. You are on the line. I know your responsibilities are to other channels, and that's absolutely fine with me. I don't have a problem with that, but you know, I was kind of disappointed the other day when I was doing my live and I had 3 or 4 mods in here and I had to catch something on my own. You know, that was pretty, yeah. Okay. Anywho, so, I do try to watch my own chat and talk with you guys. So, you know, I'm not putting anything on you guys for real. Okay. Let me pull this up. I doubt very seriously if I, no, you're good, You're good. Don't worry about it. I've got main moderators. Well, I've got 2. Poppy is a main moderator and Flies is a main moderator. And you don't have to be in here every time. I get it. So I go live at different times, so not a problem. Okay, so this is from ABC News. It's titled Inmates Share Experience Fighting California Fires. Let me put my ear pod in so I can hear it too, because I always do this with you guys. We learn it together, don't we? We sure do. Well, I'm not saying that they're forced into fighting it. Hey, Nicole. Nobody said that they were forced into fighting it, right? Thank you for the copyright disclaimer, Nicole. All right, let me share this with you guys. This is from ABC News Live. We'll copy the link right here, and I will put that in chat. I got it, so you guys don't worry about trying to find the link. I will put it in chat myself. I will. Okay. ABC News. There's a link to the Thingy-ma-baba. I'm a little slow today, you guys. All right, let me get back to live. Here we go. Here we go, whippersnappers.
Firefighters and emergency responders fighting these blazes. Right now, more than 1,000 inmates are on the ground in Southern California, also trying to put out these flames. The California Department of Corrections tells us they're part of the Conservation Fire Camp program, where incarcerated people are right now actively embedded with CAL FIRE. Inmates working 24-hour shifts, earning less than $27 a day. But the low wage, agency reps say, also paves the way for inmates to get certifications and job opportunities while also reducing time off their sentence. My next guest is one of those inmates right there on the front lines, inmate firefighter Sal Almanza, joining me along with Correctional Officer Lieutenant Manny Nunez. Great to have you both. Sal, I want to start with you. Tell me how fighting these fires in particular has just changed you in the past couple of weeks as a person.
Man, thank you for having me.
And I hate to kind of interrupt him, but they've been doing this for a long time. So I want to know why now it's a big deal that celebrities are talking about this. Hey, little Deb. I want to know why now all of a sudden Kim Kardashian and Travis Barker. I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with giving it the kudos it deserves right now, but why not before? Why not before? They've had a lot of fires in that state before, right? I'm just saying. Which is why when someone thinks they're smart using the R word, it makes you mad. Oh, are you talking? What are you talking about? Oh, I get what you're talking about. No, I don't like that either. I do not like that either. And that word is just flies out of people's mouths all the time, right? Well, I hope you're not calling me that. I know you're not calling me that, Pink Banjo. For real. Why is it a popular case now, though, Corey? Why is it a popular case now when all these states have been doing this since California's been doing it since the 19th century? So, right? I'm just saying maybe they should have got the recognition way before this, right?
Just seeing the devastation, first and foremost, people losing their homes, the impact on families and the community here in the Los Angeles area, specifically at the Eden Fire, where we've been fighting fire. It's just been awful to see, but also the generosity and the love, the outpour from the community has really just been encouraging and uplifting for me and the guys. It's just been amazing to see the love and support that has been given.
So, and I do hope that each and every one of these men and women, when they get out, they live a very happy and good life, because they're doing things that the average Joe wouldn't do. The average Joe wouldn't do it.
When you think about your past and that it was committing a crime that put you into jail, and now you are putting yourself into an extremely dangerous situation, fighting these fires, what motivates you?
I would say first and foremost, I have a son at home who I'm a father to, who looks up to his dad. And, you know, trying to make a difficult situation, something that I found myself in, making the better out of it, giving something back to the community and doing something positive while I'm doing this sentence was the most important for me. Also having my son being able to look and see his father doing something good while he was in this situation.
There you go, Sal. Amen.
Wow. That is awesome that he said something his son could be proud of. And like we were talking about, you guys, these are low-level offenders. These are low-level offenders. They really are. And, you know, I'm not saying that the celebrities coming out and talking about this is a bad thing. It's not. It's not a bad thing. But I wonder what the success rate is between these states. Between these states. What is the success rate for what they're doing? I'm going to pull up a different state too. I'm not going to stay on California. For sure.
Into that. Manny, why do you think inmates like Sal deserve this opportunity?
Well, we're all human. Everybody makes a mistake. And there should be a path for a second chance. And this program that we have, the camp program, it gives them just that. They're given the tools that they need to succeed. We support them with the training and the equipment and the personnel to supervise them while they're out here doing really critical work that needs to be done. And they're better for it.
Yes.
As a correctional officer, Manny, you know, what is it about this program? Is it the danger of the fire? Is it saving lives? What is it that you see is changing these men and women and men like Sal?
I think this program gives gentlemen like Sal a sense of purpose that they might not have had before. It gives them hope that they can aspire to be a person that they never realized they were, and that they have potential beyond what they might have previously accomplished themselves. And so
they're being trained. So you think that they're not being trained, Debbie? Okay, I'm interested, Debbie. So you're saying that you believe that it's putting untrained lives at risk. So are they sending these inmates out there without any training? Are they not getting the training that they're saying that they're giving them? You live there. I mean, you would probably know better than me.
I think this program brings that out. It brings out that realization and gives them a new door to walk through and a new path in life to explore and succeed.
And Sal, for you, Sal, an inspiration to your son. Maybe one day we'll be doing a story on your little boy growing up to be an LA firefighter. Sal Almanza, Manny Nunez, thank you both so much, guys.
That is too cool for school. Seriously. I mean, there's some setbacks to this too. There are setbacks to this too. So, I mean, I think it's, like I said, I think it's a good thing. Because you are giving these people a chance. These people get out of jail or prison for low-level crimes, and guess what? They can't find a job anywhere. It's hard enough, people with a college education getting out of college today, to find a job that they went to school for and learned. Yeah, a sense of accomplishment. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me pull this up. You guys probably hear me typing. Okay, let's do this. Okay. In Indiana, sentenced inmates are, okay, that's while they're in there. We got work release programs. Now, the work release programs we have is kind of silly, in my opinion, because they have people reside at a facility and they get released to go to work or treatment programs, education programs. But we ain't paying for any of that. We are paying. I've got a really messed up story about freaking Indiana. Okay. Now, this person I grew up with. Okay, I've known her my whole life, for real. And I hadn't talked to her like for quite a while. And I happened to see her daughter, who was telling me that her other daughter got in trouble for appropriate things with children. I'll just say that. And she was like, yeah, she's calling me to take her to a job interview. And I said, she didn't get any time. And she said, no, she's in work release. I said, and the job interview she was taking her to, people took their children in there. People took their children in there. And I said, well, doesn't she have to register? And she was like, no. And I was like, WTF? Now, granted, still ain't seen nobody else in the family. But the little girl that was found guilty of whatever she freaking did, it's sad because I don't know. It's hard for me because sometimes I think people who go through trauma when they're younger, I guess I'm a success story. None of my kids have ever done nothing. I mean, I knock on wood for my kids. I do. Because I just thought after what both of us went through when we were younger, that her children something like that wouldn't happen in her family. Wouldn't happen in her family. And to me, what she went through and her abuses were worse than mine. Hey, Mama Bear. Oh, cool. He's a full fed. Oh, he started out as a volunteer, so he wasn't in jail. He just went in as a volunteer. That's cool. That is a good idea, was his. That is great. I wonder if, I mean, you guys know I don't get too political over here, but one thing that I applauded President Trump for, and this is my opinion, was the education of what our children were being taught in schools at a very, very young age. Yeah, you try to make a better life for your children than the life you had. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it was really weird. I'll never forget this. And I'm going off point here, but I'll never forget her husband. I love her husband. He is just a good guy. And so when I met Todd, I went to introduce him to her, and her husband and Todd grew up together. So that was really weird. I promise I haven't forgot to email you. I've been busy trying to work. No, you're fine. Yeah, just email me. Email me. Yeah, that was weird, but that's a nice story I remembered. Hey, Sassy Pants. Okay. So that's what we have. We've got work release. It cost the cost for work release, 1 hour's wage per day. The minimum payment is $20 per day. There is $100 administrative fee. How come I don't believe that? I'll never forget when I worked at the hospital, and I'm going way off track, because now I'm remembering all this stuff. When I worked at the hospital, I was working in ICU, and we had a patient that was brought in from work release. And I don't know, he freaking drank a bottle of NyQuil and took a Zanny the nanny. And so I don't know what was going on, but he's in the bed and he's handcuffed. One hand's handcuffed. And he keeps hitting his call light, so I keep having to go in there. And every time I went in there, he was like, am I going back to jail? And I was like, I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that. You got 2 cops standing in your room. You're in intensive care. And you want to ask me every time I come in here, are you going back to jail? I would say the ossifers wouldn't talk to them. Oh, we had another inmate. This is no kidding, because we used to get them from the prison all the time. Okay. And they would do weird crap. Now, this inmate did level 12 weird shit to get put into the hospital. Because you wouldn't believe what some of them inmates do to come to the hospital. For real. I mean, they get substances. They get 3 better meals a day than they're getting in prison. They do weird shit. So this inmate, he goes into the bathroom and he stuffs up the toilet. Yeah. Yes. And there was a guard in there with him. Needless to say, a couple of us got really nasty, called the doctor and said, he's got to go. And the doctor signed his discharge paper to go back to prison. So, inmates, if you're out there, don't do nothing like that when you go in the hospital, okay? Because you'll get escorted out very quickly. Be nice as pie. Them girls may even let you stay an extra day. I'm just saying. Okay. Moving on. So I'm not crazy about work release. Only because of I'm sorry to say this, and this is probably going to be horrible because I've known those kids ever since they were babies. I think she should have received a harsher punishment for what she did. I'll just say that. And that's my opinion. Sad world. Sad world. So I would say that, I mean, yeah. I hope that they keep the inmates. Am I going back to jail? Yep. Yeah, that's what he said. Am I going back to jail? Am I going back to jail? I guess he was hoping after the 20th time. I was a medical assistant. So I started out as a CNA. I trained in a nursing home. I was obligated to stay there for I don't know how many months. I left there and went and got a job as a CNA at the hospital. And I worked on what they called the extended care floor. And that's where you would take care of people with hip replacements and send them to therapy and stuff like that. Well, they offered me the medical assistant job. And I was the first medical assistant trained at that hospital, believe it or not. And by the time I finished my training, I basically did almost everything that nurses did. So I drew blood, doctor's orders. Yeah, I did everything. Everything. I've seen a lot of everything too. And let me tell you guys, when that girl hit me doing 70 mile an hour going through a red light, we were in a 30 mile an hour zone and I had the green light. And she T-boned me and my daughter. And luckily we made it through that. But that changed my whole life. That changed my whole freaking life. I would still like to go back and, yeah, change my whole freaking life. Okay, here we go. Yeah, you can get groundskeeper. You know, a lot. They do get a lot. They do learn a lot of trades. Kitchen work, laundry, you know, janitors. But can we actually take some of these people and train them in other? I don't know why the younger kids get in trouble. I don't know why they, instead of going to jail, send their asses to the military. Let Uncle Sam take care of them. Because you know what? Not getting political, that's a lot of the freaking problem over here. I don't know if I call it interesting. It was something. Girl, I went to work in a factory the minute I turned 18. The minute I got out of high school, I started working in a factory. I went from factory work to the Army. And life went on. A lot of, I don't know. I had a really messed up childhood, for real. It was messed up. But like I said, I know people I grew up with that theirs was worse. Theirs was worse. That's sad to say, but for real. Oh, well, see, now they have print shops, right? And nothing pays. A lot of those jobs don't pay anything. Well, you know, I know they get, don't they get a little bit for pay, doing laundry? And I thought a lot of times in prison that people aren't scared to commit crimes. But over the years, I've watched, I'll say individuals, because I don't get political over here, take control of children. And Our children are exactly like the government wanted them to be. That's the way I see it. Other people may not see it that way, but I don't. I really hope that our education system um, gets changed very quickly. Very quickly. Thank you, Poppy. Mm. Yeah, prison is like a revolving door, Lisa. So you just told everybody you were in prison, Lisa. You want to come up and talk about it? Do you? You know people are going to be asking about it, right? Because you just told everybody you were in prison. Lord, Lisa. Here, I'll drop you a link. Come on up. Come on up, Lisa. Come talk to me. I won't hurt you. You know I won't. You know, people's been calling you. You want to do it in chat? You want me to ask you about it in chat? No, you don't want to come up here. You not because I would hurt your feelings or anything, Lisa, because I really wouldn't. You know I'm not like that. Only because people would take it and use it against you. Because that's how it rolls around here, right? That's how it rolls. Okay. Well, let's just pop over to this. While I'm military requirements, our diploma and other stuff. Now they'll help you get your GED. You're standing outside, so they won't be able to hear you. What do you mean? Hey, Stephen. True Wrecking Crime. Good to see you. What do you mean, Lisa? What do you mean? Take that link. Take the flipping link, Lisa. You know you want to. You know you do. Okay. While we're waiting on Lisa, I bet you do adore me, H. Davis. I bet you do, buddy. Nephew. Nephew. Where you been, nephew? Okay. Oh, was it? Oh, no. You're getting ready to end the time. Is it your nap time? Y'all won't be able to hear me. All right. All right, Lisa. Okay. Anywho. So, this is flipping interesting. Okay. Madison and Nashville school shooters appear to have crossed paths in online extremist communities. Oh, you had practice today? What would they want to know? I'm sure they have looked up my record. No, they want to know. They want to know the meat and potatoes of it. They want to know all of that. They want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Okay, anywho. A month after a student opened fire at the Abundant Life Christian School, another unalived a classmate at the Antioch High School. Both were active in an internet subculture that glorifies more than one individual, encourages young people to commit attacks. Antioch in Nashville, Tennessee, and the Abundant Life School in Madison, Wisconsin, that left 5 unalived in Wisconsin. This is from the ProPublica. Moments before, 15-year-old Natalia Rupnow opened fire inside her Madison, Wisconsin school, unaliving 2 people and herself. A social media account believed to be hers posted a photograph on X showing someone sitting in a bathroom stall, flashing a hand gesture that has become a symbol for white supremacy. As news about the shooting broke, another X user responded, live stream it. Lisa K has something to say. I know you would know the answer to that. I just know. What you doing, Lisa K has something to say. What you got to say? You want me to drop you a link? I've been trying to get Lisa to take the link. She has an experience. Do any of the parents talk to their kids anymore? But I don't think so. He was the Antioch extremely radicalized. I don't know. It surprised me that white supremacy would have been at the top here. But no, I think a lot of parents leave it up to social media to do it. Extremism researchers now believe that the second account belonged to 17-year-old Solomon Henderson, who law enforcement said walked into his high school cafeteria in Nashville, Tennessee on Wednesday. 10 shots, unaliving a classmate and then himself. They're getting these children to unalive themselves also. What? Why? That's crazy. There isn't any evidence that Rupnow and Henderson plotted their little plans together. Extremism researchers who have tracked their social media activity told Wisconsin Watch and ProPublica that the 2 teenagers were active in the same online networks that glorify it. They even cross paths across various social media platforms. The networks trade hateful memes alongside literature, exchange tips on how to effectively do the attacks, and encourage one another. Oh, okay, I don't know. I've got too much to say about this. He stated he was embarrassed to be. Oh, thank you, Nicole. Fire camp is highly sought after job. They get conjugal vid. Yeah. How do you know, Lisa? Are you Googling this right now? Are you? $10 a day plus training to get hired after it's done. Yeah, I'll do that. Wow. Where's this at, Lisa? What state? California? Is that the state you're talking about? Or a different one? Oh, you're not Googling, you're in California. You are so well educated, Lisa. You are. I'll give you that. Routenow's older brother, who lived in California, was arrested about a week after the shootings for threats he made, along with other things. Wow. His older boyfriend? His older boyfriend. I don't know. You'll have to back up. Oh, don't back up. Never back up. You'll have to rewind, Karen. You know me, I talk about so many different things at one time sometimes. I do. The researchers had been tracking these networks for months as part of work looking into growing online extremist networks that have proliferated across gaming, chatting, and social media platforms. And they believe are radicalizing young people to do these horrific things and other horrific things. Oh, Lisa. I've never had a conjugal visit. Can they have a different woman every time, Lisa? Can they have a different woman every time? I'm just asking. I'm asking for a friend. I'm asking for a friend, Lisa. Oh, I got something for you, Lisa. I gotta find it though. I don't know if I should show it. Oh God. Hold on, Lisa. I got something for you. I gotta find it though. Just for you. Hold on. You will love this. I think you were talking about this person, but I don't know. Hold on. I got to find it first. I got so many freaking emails. Okay. Where the fuck is it? I know it's in my emails. Oh, damn it. Okay, wait. It is funny. It is funny. It's Bandit TV's OnlyFans intro. It's Bandit TV's motherfucker. Which one's that? Oh, they fucking got me. Okay. Okay, I gotta edit a freaking thing. Oh, any relatives can go. Did you see it, Lisa? Oh, you gotta come up here because you've been talking about him. I might have some things to tell you about it. For real. I bet we could have a good conversation. Funny. Funny. Okay, I'm glad you've seen it, so I don't have to look for it. For sure. Hey, I'm gonna let you guys know. Tonight, probably around, let's see, it's 2 now. 7 o'clock, I'm gonna be talking about Baby Maya Red. I don't want to do it while I'm doing this live. All right, well, you go and leave yourself. Well, Sassy Pants, you need to come up here and let me and Lisa talk to you. What sounds good, H? What sounds good? Oh, tonight. Sorry, H. I'm sorry. Okay. So yes, we will be talking about Baby Maya Red tonight. It'll be a I'll schedule it for 7:30. For real. Thank you, sir. Okay. Now, they analyzed the couple of instances where Rupnow and Henderson appeared to interact directly. But in the hours, days, and weeks that followed the horrific crimes, Henderson appears to have become fixated on Rupnow. He boasted on X that Rupnow and him were mutuals. Okay, that's a common term for following each other around on social media. Did you guys know that? So, I guess some of you guys are mutuals. Mutuals. And shared another post that said, I used to be mutuals with someone who is now a real school weirdo. Right there's the text. Wow. Wow. That is freaking sad. Oh, there's Lisa K has something to say. What you got to say, Lisa K?
Hey,
What is up?
what's up? I'm in bed sick today, but I'll talk. I'll talk anytime.
Hang on. Did you see where Brandy released a video yesterday saying indictments are coming for the 4 suspects in Michael's case? And she saw the paperwork. Nice. Nice. Very nice. Have you been, were you talking about Bandit TV?
Yeah, I could have been in the comments. Yeah, Isaac is a different person, isn't he? He's
You mean you mean different as in the stuff that he's doing?
I guess I mean interesting. Yeah, I
don't
can't.
know. This is the thing. Okay. I don't understand his vitriol towards certain people. I mean, the stuff. Did you hear what he said to Nicolina and her husband?
Okay, I do know. Yes, and I do know what that whole thing is about.
I mean,
Do you want to talk about that?
yeah, tell me about it. You probably know more than me if you know
Okay.
about it.
Nicolina, of course, is leading the well, she's part of their group that's called the Mean Girls.
Yeah.
And
Oh no. Yeah, I know Nicolina. I know her.
Yeah,
You don't have to
and
tell me who it is.
they're so against Ernie, right? and calling the jail and just getting intel on Ernie and sending it to the jail. And they want Ernie to be locked up for a long time. So Bandit is friends with Ernie and has
Yeah.
done the saga of the Lightning Tiger things and everything. Okay, so then he's being attacked by the Mean Girls and Jimbo, who accused, said vicious things about Bandit and Ernie,
Well, yeah.
Bandit
But
getting
once
HIV from each other, whatever. So then they went on Bandit's Twitter and got pictures of him that were on there and used those against him and started just
I mean, he's
tearing into his sex life and stuff. And so then he's hitting back.
Oh, this is him hitting back.
Oh yeah, especially against Jimbo because of what Jimbo accused him of as far as the sex stuff and being infected. And
Well, I mean, he was on Jimbo's panel once and he never said anything. He come over here on my panel and when I was covering the Shelby Shell trial and says, I'd love to talk to Jimbo. And the time he had to talk to Jimbo, he didn't say anything.
did you go over to his Rumble? Have you been on his Rumble?
No, I've heard his Rumble. I don't
Oh,
want to be on his Rumble.
Oh no, go over there. I'm serious. There's a lot of interesting things. There's Benny talking about Josh and Josh's like participation in a gun deal. Josh held the gun, was in a drug stick up, and
yeah, I knew all that, yeah.
and then he's done a couple on Jimbo
Well,
lately.
I mean, yeah, I knew about all that stuff with Josh. Yeah.
That was news to me. But yeah, he's gone after Jimbo hard lately.
Yeah, okay, but why is he, I don't know. I just, the way that he spoke, and what he said was too over the fucking top for me, and I can get pretty raunchy, and that was
Oh,
way
yeah.
over the top.
Yep.
Way over the top.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he can. But yet, on the other hand, he can carry on a normal conversation with people. So, yeah, he's very, like I said, interesting person. I don't know where he's coming from. He'll have those lives with two people in there, and he's not even in the house. It just shows a candle burning in his
Right.
house.
Right.
And then, 40 minutes later, you'll hear the door slam and him come in the house. I mean, I think it's odd. I don't
know. He reads tarot cards. Maybe he figures if you stare at
He
the
does.
candle long enough, you'll, have some inner peace or something.
Yeah, his celebrity tarot card readings, those get a lot of views, relatively speaking.
When he was over here, he said, I said something to him about some pictures that were going around in Discord, and I said something about, why don't you just do OnlyFans? And he was like, that's not for YouTube, and then he did that intro for OnlyFans.
Yeah, he applied like a year or two ago and was just trying to get approved, but they wouldn't approve him for some reason. So he did modeling for that puppy fetish gang.
Wow, what a gig. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'd have to ask how much he got paid for it. Or if he was into it. If he was into it and he liked it when he did it. I don't know.
He said it wasn't for him. He said it wasn't for him. He did other kinds of, modeling and stuff. Do you have those Ernie pictures?
I do not know. I don't want them.
Those have traumatized me.
Oh yeah. I mean, I got offered to have I was like, I don't want them.
No, you don't. You don't want them. Trust me.
Let me tell you. This is when I first started YouTube. I can't remember when it was, but Livs started sending me pictures of people's wankers.
Oh yeah.
That were on YouTube, and she could tell me which one belonged to who. And she sent them to me, and I was like, I do not need these. And I was like, oh my gosh, I could have seen if Todd picked my phone up and there's pictures like that. He would,
Yeah.
he would probably be
Oh
like,
yeah, yeah. I
"What
have
are you
Doug's.
doing?"
Um,
It was Doug and who was
I
the other
I
one?
have I
I
have
want to say
Isaac's.
Dolly.
I have Isaac's. I could see why he has an OnlyFans.
Oh yeah, that's what I heard too. Yeah, that's what I heard too. So for real, I was like, I don't want to see it though. But I even said, you guys just don't understand women when they get old of shit. It's like, everybody, we all got to talk about it. I'm sure they do the same thing though. Look at what Benny and AB did with with Tiffany Marie's pictures.
Yeah. Yeah.
They came, they came out and called her out for it.
Of course, we don't send nudies to random YouTubers either with carrots in
No,
it.
nor do we do it with freaking people of interest in crimes.
Well, I was going to say that Doug's dick that came from his ex. So this is, and Ernie's came from, it wasn't put out there by Ernie. So these are private pictures that other people are releasing when they get mad, which is why the
That's
best
right,
way
when they
to
get mad,
to not
absolutely.
have that happen is to not send nudes or have people take nudes of you,
Yeah,
which
I
is the
mean,
rule I live by.
especially on social media. For real.
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
Well,
that's
this is what happened because I don't know if anybody really watched what was happening or not. But there were two that I know of, male creators here on YouTube, that Ernie went on their channels before he went to jail. And it was Matthew Silly AF that I know, and Bandits. So I knew that something was brewing. I knew something was gonna change up on these two channels. Okay. Now, from what I see with Matthew, he's doing fine. He said he was gonna switch his channel up. And he did. Bandit, I don't know if he decided to take the route of just turning into a pure prick to everybody or what. But because Ernie, I can guarantee you wasn't lovey-dovey all them women that he had over there.
Oh yeah, he was.
Well, he was lovey-dovey them in a way they did, Bye, Nicole. Adore you. Have fun at work. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I seen Bandit kind of. I don't know. I don't know what happened, but that's sad because
Bandit, I think, is like Critical K in that they like to take the opposing position, the unpopular one. Because
why you
this
gotta
isn't.
bring somebody else's name into it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't say anything. I'm not saying anything bad.
No. This is just me. I don't know her.
Oh, I do, and I'm
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything bad about her, though. I'm just saying.
I know, but I just wanted to catch him.
Oh no,
I
I'm
didn't know
just.
what you were gonna say.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to say anything bad about anybody. But they like to take the unpopular opinion, and go with that. I don't know if it's to increase viewership or
You cracked me up. Okay.
what? I'm tactful.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. I see you, Lisa.
So I don't know. He put out that I don't want to really trash talk Bandit because we've had some conversations. I don't have a problem with him. However, the Ernie thing he put out that one of the Saga of Lightning Tiger, and it was Ernie's softer side, and he thinks Ernie can do good. And he was showing like Ernie, through the ages, Ernie, his interest in arts and crafts. And he showed those masks and the wrestling. I'm like, everything that he showed as a good thing of Ernie's was one of Ernie's scandals that he screwed people over and got
I
arrested
know.
for. And
I
I'm like,
know.
this isn't the good side of Ernie. This is all of Ernie's bad things.
Well, and that's what gets me about just about I don't know. It's I've seen a change in him that I good luck to him. I won't say anything bad about him. I actually kind of roasted the phone call that him and Ernie had, where they
Yeah.
were talking about their biceps and shit.
Yeah.
That was yeah, I roasted that. No harm, no foul though.
Yeah, Isaac's big into bodybuilding.
Well,
Ernie, not so much. I'll tell you, Ernie, have you seen that video of him in the MMA fight taking the dive on that guy? He got thrown around like a little rag doll.
he got thrown into a skirt from a trailer.
Oh, that one is hysterical. Yeah, that he was messing with somebody's daughter.
Right.
Yeah,
he was calling this young girl.
I love that one. Ernie's mother, there's some kind of, I forget what it's called, rumble, some kind of rumble that's a wrestling thing that's held there. And Ernie's mother won the women's division first place. So she had a trophy. She had a trophy. Ernie took that trophy and cut the WO off the women's and made it look like men's division and said that was his.
Way to go, Ernie. Hey, justice for you. That's crazy. That's crazy. Ernie, I let me tell you something. I don't know why it's like people don't see these people doing a lot of the stuff they're doing themselves. Ernie is the one who took that van. Nobody made Ernie take the freaking van.
Right. You're absolutely right.
And, I've heard people, well, BK called. I'm sure that law enforcement had already called the man and said, we have your van with, what was it, over $10,000 worth of stuff?
It was ripped up inside, too.
Was it really?
Oh, yeah. Didn't you see the pictures of it? It was destroyed inside.
Wow.
Down to the wood.
But no, that was that wasn't Ernie's fault. That was everybody else's fault.
Yeah. They made him.
Kind of like Don Wells getting in his truck with a bottle of booze, when he got busted for his DUI. Oh, Doug got a lot of views out of that. Doug was on the phone with him, I think, right?
Yeah, I think he was.
Yeah, Doug was on the phone, and then all of a sudden, he's like, Dawn, the cops pulled him over. I was like, damn, his views went up probably 20,000.
Yeah, I never watched Doug.
I didn't
even when he was with Benny. I just remember the pizza when Benny's.
Oh yeah, that's when
yeah, Benny's credit card.
Well, yeah, his credit card
was declined, and Doug had to pay for that pizza. And I hear Doug is still mad about that. He's never gotten over that.
Here, Doug's paying for pizza, and Benny's talking about sleeping with Monica Sherrod.
Yeah,
and doing substances with her. I mean, seriously.
Oh, I know. I was there for that whole thing.
And then
Benny used to go live.
His wife was like, what the,
His wife wouldn't even let him in the house. He used to do live sitting out in his garage.
Well,
getting high and
mom then,
showing off.
know, he was
showed off rifle cartridges and threatening people. That was interesting too.
Yeah, I did like watching Benny. I kind of wish he was back.
You know, he did that cooking when he was doing that cooking and crime there. He wanted me to do a live with them, and
Why didn't you?
well, I don't usually do that. And I said, I think our styles are so different. And he said, oh no, it would work. And I'm like, I don't know. But I told him he should do more of the cooking, you know, his cooking when he talked about the cases. I said, that was brilliant. That right there is
That
your
was.
forte.
He walked
Those
around in
were
the
awesome.
kitchen. He was
Yeah.
cooking, yeah.
And I said, you're so articulate and
He is.
educated, and if you applied yourself, you could really go somewhere. You know, I mean, you could really do this if you tried. He had to go another way, so I don't know. Maybe he just couldn't see his strengths. Sometimes you're in your own way, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But nobody knows what people are going through behind the scenes. I mean, you really don't. We can come up here and be the happiest freaking people and get off here and be depressed for 4 hours.
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
I always try to keep things upbeat, and there's a reason I do that because, fucking the
Yes.
last year of my life has been a lot.
Yes. I think a lot of us have a lot of things going on.
Exactly. We all do. Absolutely.
Sassy, come on up. Let's talk.
She won't.
I'm in several prison groups, so I know a lot about what's going on in prisons.
Well, she had an incident and she
No,
was
I know.
in prison.
I know about her incident.
Well, she feels like people are calling her a red rummer. And I was
Well,
like,
I'd like to hear exactly that story. So let's get up here and clear that up, Lisa. Come on.
well, yeah, I mean, I know the story, but
Come on, Lisa.
but who told you the story, Lisa?
Oh, wow. Mary, I've known about it for so long. I don't even remember. I saw that. Well, I saw the records. So, and I heard that the guy died.
Yeah, he did.
So, but she didn't get charged with that.
No.
So, come on up, Lisa.
I know the story, but I'm not going to tell it because I'm not her, and she needs to tell her own
Right.
story.
It's her story to tell, right? But come on up and let's clear that up. Nobody's going to attack you in here.
No, ain't nobody going to attack her.
And
anyway.
can it get any worse? Seriously.
Well, that's the whole thing about it. It's like, but I mean, like she came in chat and mentioned she was in prison. So if she doesn't want people talking about it, then, but we were kind of on that topic. So
I think everybody already knows that, but I mean, there's only, it happened, right? So you got to go forward from that. Come on up and clear it up.
Well, the sad thing that I find in all this shit is that a lot of people on social media, they act like they're your freaking friends. You open up personally to them, and then when they get pissed off at you, they use it against you.
Oh, yeah.
And they put it out here on social media.
Absolutely. That's why I don't.
Happen a million freaking times.
Absolutely. That's why I don't go in Discords. You can guarantee everybody's filming and screenshotting every last thing in a Discord.
Oh, I don't know.
I've never seen any good come from.
I've never been in a Discord. Never have.
Oh, they are. No, I know. Lisa, come on up, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
So you have a home now. When I saw that little video you did standing outside about being homeless, I almost cried. I felt so sorry for you.
No, she's got so much good ideas for content, and homelessness was something that was talked about when she started her channel. And I was
I
like,
can't.
do what you know.
Yes, exactly.
Don't be caught up in, don't, you know, if you wanna succeed at it, do what you know. That's all you can do.
Exactly. Yep.
So
Well, yes. And there, I see people in prison. One lady, her husband wrote about his entrance into a prison, like his first day when he's walking in there and everything. That was freaking spellbinding. I was in the edge of my
yeah,
seat. I'm like, oh my God, I was right there. I said, I can't wait for more. And I said, he needs to do that. He needs to write a book. That's obviously his strength. And, some people get out of prison and go into, the rehab, like a rehab counselor, or, go with what you have experience in and build on that,
right. Fly's got Discord. She hangs out, watches movies, and plays games. Yeah, I thought about joining hers because hers sounds like fun. I don't like a Discord where everybody fights. Lisa said, no, you tell it. You know what happened. I want to see if you can tell the story.
Okay, let's hear it.
Very interesting, Lisa. I will do it to the best of my ability.
Lisa, come up on panel and then let Mary tell it. And then you
That's a
can,
good idea.
yeah, and then you
Well,
can
I
add
don't
or
like that
whatever.
anyway. Okay. Yeah, you can add to it if you want.
Come on, Lisa, just come up on panel.
The thing about it is, I don't want to tell the story and then somebody start talking shit or whatever and questioning it, because they're going to question whatever I say anyway. I mean, for real. I don't know. She wanted me to tell what you knew. Oh, she wants you to say what the story. Not me, you. The story you heard.
Me?
You say the
I didn't
story.
I didn't tell a story. I read the
She read the police reports.
I read the court records.
She read the court records. Damn. People really want to pull up court records on somebody. For what?
Well, it's
For what?
public record. Just go on it's
Well, no,
like,
I get it. I get it's public record, but okay.
come on, Sassy.
Well, no, it's what purpose did it serve?
I was curious. I heard that, the guy died, and I wanted to see what the truth.
Oh, okay, you were curious. You pulled him up.
Yes, I wanted to see what the true story is. You didn't see me go live about it, did you? I was just curious.
I never heard you. No, you never went live or anything
Oh.
on it.
I gotta go.
All right, darling. Okay, Lisa's gone. Bye, Lisa. Thanks for hanging out. I love talking to Lisa K. She always got something to say. That Lisa K. Yeah, I'm not. No. She'll do it when she's ready. But she shouldn't. I mean, I tried to tell her, don't talk about it. She came into chat and said when I was in prison. So I figured she probably wanted to talk about it. But no, I was just messing with her. It's not my story to tell. Like I said, that is not my story to tell. Not me. For real. No, she's not going to come up here. I'm not going to have her come up here. I mean, if Lisa read the court documents, then she knows what they say. Then she knows the story.
Well, no, I don't know the story of the guy dying. So, was that related to
Um,
the assault?
from my understanding, it was related to a surgery.
Okay. Related to the assault or no?
From my understanding, no, it was from surgery.
Okay.
So I don't know. That's from what I understood.
No, I
So,
wish you'd just
well, like
tell.
I said, that's her story, and that's her story. That is her story. Yep, throw out that hook and get a bite. So, yeah, I'm not. I don't want to tell her story. I really don't. So, I mean, whoever even started it, probably, in my opinion, wasn't even talking about it in a, that for something like that to come out and be used against somebody is because somebody was mad at somebody. Right?
Oh yeah, always. Yeah.
So,
Yes.
shit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she'll tell it when she's ready. She'll tell it when she's ready.
Come up and tell us your story, Lisa. You don't have to talk about that. Tell us about the homelessness.
I know, she's so
I was
freaking
almost
interesting.
homeless. I've had a chronic illness since 2005. My last few years at work, I couldn't work. I was on FMLA quite a bit and got behind in my rent, and of course wasn't leaving the house because I was bedbound. And all of a sudden I got a call one day that there was an eviction notice on my door, and within 24 hours they were coming to put me out on the curb. You want to talk
Wow.
about scary?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm the situation I'm in right now. I'm scared. I'm freaking scared. So, I mean, it's frightening not to really know at any time something could happen.
I
It is
know.
scary.
Can you imagine living in a Mustang with 3 cats and 3 litter boxes? And where am I going to go?
Right, right. That's like me. That's like me.
Because I ain't leaving my cats. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm like that too. I don't want to leave my animals.
No. I felt sorry for those people during Hurricane Katrina that stayed with their animals and drowned.
Oh,
I
God.
would.
In California, they were having to move horses and everything else.
Yeah. Well, that one lady opened her facility for horses, and the one guy had his trailer and offered to transport them. Tragedies like that really bring communities together too, which is a good part. Not saying that the tragedy is good, but people do come forward and help. They're not all looters and rioters during a
Right,
tragedy.
exactly. Yeah, I mean, I just feel we need to just get back to a sense of community. It's like we don't have a sense of community anymore.
Over when they first invaded Ukraine, and I do know people, I have 2 friends that live over in Ukraine. One of my friends said that the people in their village, when the tanks were coming down the road, the villagers went out and cut down trees, and laid them across the road so that the tanks had to go off into the mud. If you remember, a lot of them were getting stuck in the mud and stuff because it was bad weather over
Right.
there.
Yeah, I remember
And
that.
then when the soldiers climbed out, they shot them. Now, if something like that happened over here, do you think that the people would be resourceful enough to do something like that?
Yeah, I want to give people credit. You know, I think that, well, I don't know. I don't know. I kind of question that. I kind of question that.
I don't know. I was amazed at that. I was amazed that they got together, thought out a plan. Everybody pitched in.
Right.
I just don't. I don't know if there's that sense of togetherness here.
Right.
You know what I mean? Everybody's kind of on their own little world, and people are kind of out for themselves a lot, I think.
Well, I think though too. I've seen that. I've seen that with a lot of the. I don't even like calling them summer wells channels, but it's not so much they're out for themselves. I don't know. I don't know. It just seems like, yeah, I can't even remember where I was going with that.
Hi, H. Davis. It's a business
Yeah,
for
it's
some
a
of them.
business. Yeah,
It's not
absolutely.
altruistic. It's, yes, monetary. They run it like a business.
But I think also too, like when I started my channel, I didn't want to monetize. I said I wasn't going to monetize.
Me too.
And I didn't monetize for a while. And
Me either.
then finally I was like, I'm monetizing. You know, I was putting out a lot of stuff. I do my own research and everything. It was getting to be a little bit of a lot. And so I went ahead and monetized.
I did only because it said it would put you higher in the algorithm. They would push you more if you monetize. So I did. I've never made a dime though. Never gotten any money. And geez, StreamYard is $98 a month. Plus, I pay for a lot of databases. And
Right.
I mean, a lot of it. I had to cut back, but at one time I think I had 15. I mean, that's expensive. But I would do that anyway, even if I didn't have YouTube, because that's all I do every day is research. I get so many requests from people to research.
Right. Well, that's what I always said too. If I could afford those apps, I would get a lot of those apps. I really would. Yeah. I just don't have the money to get the apps.
Yeah, well, that's why I think people send me.
Well, because
There.
people, you know, some people just don't realize that those apps cost money. They cost
yeah.
money, and they cost quite a bit of money.
Quite a bit.
I mean, hell, look at a newspaper, how much they are a month.
Oh yeah.
Just a regular newspaper.
I subscribe to a lot of those too. Boy, Wall Street Journal, that's really expensive.
Oh yeah, Wall Street Journal. That is
Boston
a lot.
Globe. I subscribe to a lot of them. You have to get the articles. The
Yeah.
paywall scrubber does not always work.
Right.
But
Right.
I try to.
Oh, I just look until I find an article what I want. You know, it's always somewhere else. Somebody else has always written an article too.
Yes. Yep.
So
I think the New Yorker, that has a lot of associated things that I read. And the one great story that you get every day, those things are fascinating because that's what I like is investigations into things, like corrupt police departments or, I mean, these
Yeah.
are really long stories that go deep into crime and corruption. And that's what I like to read. I don't like to watch things because I have a noise I have dysphonia. So, I mean, I don't play TV. I don't have any music in the house. And I have like 5 sets of earplugs in here. So if, YouTube, I read transcripts. I don't listen. So
I do too. I do
I
too.
I scroll through chat. Yeah, I have it muted and I read
don't,
chat.
well, I'm not. Well, I ain't gonna say I ain't looked at some chats, but I'm not into chats. And one thing I hate to do, and I don't like to say the word hate, I do not like to have a freaking comment war with anybody. That's one of my pet peeves. I will not have a comment war with anybody on social media. If you got something to say, just come say it.
I'm lucky in my chat. I never have any trolls. Just one.
I hardly have any over here.
I had one live where another creator sent everybody over to troll my chat. That's the only time I had trolls. And I don't like to time anybody out. My mods know that. I don't like to block people or time them out. Everybody has an opinion. But if you're straight trolling, but I didn't do anything then. And then people said to me, when you're trying to play on the replay, and watch the chat, how distracting that is. So I thought, well, that's true. I guess I better clean it up.
Well, I try to keep it. I mean, I never have a problem with my chat. I mean, we might get occasional troll in here, but I'd rather get along with the trolls than have them not like me and keep coming back. Because believe me, trolls can hit a channel very quickly and very hard.
Yeah.
For real.
I don't know. I don't. So much of YouTube now is just going after someone else. Whole shows of, you don't mention any crime. You just,
I don't know. I've always got my plate full with all kinds of different things to talk about. I mean, today I start talking about the fire, and
right.
ended up being into the justice system, and sometimes I'll just talk about a little bit of anything.
Have you read about that 21-year-old woman that killed the Border Patrol agent in Vermont there?
No.
That happened I can't remember if it happened yesterday or the day before. His name was Mayland. 44 years old, had a family. This couple was at a hotel, and one of the staff thought they acted suspicious because they were wearing body armor and carrying guns. So they called it in. This was on the Canadian border. So it was a man and a woman. She was 21. And so they did an immigration stop or whatever, or a border check. And the woman immediately got out of the car and shot the officer.
Oh my gosh.
Killed him. They killed the man, but so she's arrested, and they found shooting range targets. They found tons of communication devices wrapped in tin foil. They found maps. They found all kinds of night vision goggles, they were planning something big.
Wow.
Something big. All the stuff, there was, I don't know, I had two screenshots of stuff they found in the car.
Okay, wait a minute. So, several Border Patrol agents and 3 marked vehicles, including Milan stopped a blue Toyota Prius driven by Teresa Youngblood on
Yep.
Interstate 91 southbound in Coventry.
Yep.
A German national was in the passenger seat of the vehicle. Let's see.
That's it.
Okay, so Bockholt.
Yeah, they had similar last names.
Yeah, Felix Bockholt was the German national. He was found to have an expired visa in the Department of Homeland Security base.
Yeah, but they said later they found out it wasn't expired.
Okay, so they pulled him over, and Bockholt and Youngblood suddenly fired their weapon toward at least one of the agents while she was in the driver's seat. And so then Bockholt proceeded to draw his firearm. Okay, they at least know of one Border Patrol agent returned fire with a service weapon, and she was said to have fired 2 shots, while Border Patrol agents fired 7 times. They were both injured in the shooting, and Bockholt passed away at the scene. She went to the hospital. She's still in treatment. Wow. All right, they had 2 weapons, ammunition magazines. Youngblood also had a Washington State driver's license.
Yeah, they
Okay.
were from Washington.
They found cell phones wrapped in aluminum foil, multiple laptops at the scene after it was searched. So, do you think that they wrapped these cell phones in aluminum foil so they couldn't be detected?
I don't know. I hadn't heard of that before, but they had seen
I mean, that's just
the hotel had seen them with aluminum foil wrapping something up in the car. There must be. No, I don't know. I didn't know aluminum foil would do that.
I
Wouldn't
didn't
you
know
know?
either, but if you're kind of don't have a lot of common sense, I don't know.
Yep.
Let's find out.
Yeah, but look at the stuff they had. Look at all the other stuff, the maps, the routes,
Yeah, that's what, yeah. Yeah, it tells everything they were caught with.
the
Oh,
body
they
armor, the night vision goggles. You don't have all that if you ain't doing something.
said they were in the area to purchase real estate.
Yeah. Yeah.
They purchased aluminum foil at the store, was seen wrapping items in aluminum foil inside the vehicle. Maybe in their mind, they thought that was some sort of way to make their phones not, we'll find out. I'll pull that up in a minute. Remind me to pull that up. I want to know. Okay. Let's see. Okay.
So they were from
I mean,
Washington
they were from Washington
and got
the
caught
employee-
in Vermont near the Canadian border. So obviously they were going into Canada.
She noticed a hotel in Lindenville contacted law enforcement when she noticed them dressed in what appeared to be tactical style clothing, with Youngblood carrying a weapon in an exposed holster. Well, it doesn't sound like they were trying to hide what they were doing.
No.
Said they were in the area to purchase real estate. They were dressed the same. Downtown Newport. They were in downtown Newport, walking around like that. If convicted, Youngblood faces 10 years to life in prison. Go ahead, Lisa. Tell us something.
Well, she killed a border agent, so she should spend that. I gotta look and see if I can minimize that without cutting myself off.
Wow.
Am I still,
that's-
am I
Go
still
ahead.
here?
Yeah, you're still here. Go ahead. Sorry. Are you still here? Can you hear me now? What happened, Lisa?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay, go
That didn't
on.
that didn't work. I was gonna pull up my screenshots of all the stuff they had. I don't know. I feel sorry for that border agent. Hell, he was just doing his job.
Yeah, that's horrible. Lisa, I don't know if you listen to me all the time, but have you heard me talk about some of the cases where, I'll say people from not in this country have been caught doing horrifying things
Oh, I know they have, yeah.
to,
You see that Lake and Riley Act passed.
oh yeah, it did. It did. I seen that too.
And surprisingly, when I post that, not very many people liked it or commented on it. You know, in New
Why?
York, exactly. Why? Because it's not sensational enough, I believe. You know, when I posted New York had that retroactive, I mean, everybody's all with, Don Wells not being able to be charged for those cases in Utah, right? Because the statute of limitations expired.
Right.
New York State passed a law, and for a year, you could go back and prosecute those retroactive cases. They eliminated the statute of limitations for a year. So that's where all those cases came from. All those old cases they were prosecuting because those women always came forward. And I posted about that and I said, here, if you're concerned about this, here's something that you can start in your state. And I said, here is the list by state of the organizations that are working to do this, and you can contact them. That probably had 2 likes. That shows you who's really concerned about the issues and changing things in our country, and who just wants to hear the dirty details of something.
Yeah. I see what you're saying because the dirty details sell. They sell.
Yeah. Yes.
Poppy said aluminum foil keeps from sending signals to the towers.
I see that. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I
We'll
thought.
have to file. We'll have to file that away.
Yeah, we may need that one day, Lisa.
Useful information for future missions.
Yeah, yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
I did not know that.
I was trying to pin it, and I kept doing it. I got my chat pulled up on the other screen. That is, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing about it is, that's where a lot of these extremists are finding these people on social media. And I think I think what started to happen is some parents learned very quickly that social media was their friend where their kids were concerned. And
could be a babysitter. Yeah.
Their babysitter.
Yeah.
Babysitter. Maybe not paying attention and realizing too late that have you ever watched it's a documentary, and it's the title is My Son the Jihad. And
no.
Yes, oh my gosh, if you ever get a chance to watch it, Lisa, it is really interesting. But this kid, basically, the same thing happens. He gets in with this organization and he ends up going there. His mother talks about it. It is freaking awesome. And that's what it's called, My Son the Jihad. So watch it and let me know what you think.
Okay.
Seriously.
Read about one lady, her daughter was missing, walked out, got in a car, left her cell phone behind, which they do, of course. And she said, well, I don't know. She was talking to this older guy on social media. Well, why the fuck wouldn't you stop that then? You knew that was going on. Your daughter's being groomed.
Have you seen the it's out there, and I was going to talk about it, but a dad, I think she was 14 years old, and she hooked up with a guy on social media, and he thinks that they lured her out of the house to give in the context that who the guy was giving her something, and they snatched her. That's what Dad thinks as of right now, because she's still in a facility getting help. So, so that's interesting because she went out without any shoes on. She didn't have any shoes on when she left. So, that's interesting. A lot of our kids are disappearing without shoes on. But he found her. Her dad found her after, gosh, I don't know how long it was. A long time. And he found her in a boat. And when he found her, she just happened to be there alone.
Huh.
Yes.
No.
Yes. It is very interesting. Very interesting. I'll pull it up real quick. Yeah, it was like 45 days.
Remember that other girl that was on camera walking around the house, charging her devices and stuff? It was kind of a long video, and then walked out of the house without shoes or anything, walked out the front door, went to the car, came back, and then walked out again and disappeared. Remember that? It was a really long video that was circulating. I mean, a camera that was in the house. I wonder if they ever found her. I can't remember. That was a really strange case. People were trying to track her down all over social media, remember?
26 days. 26 days this little girl was missing.
How did he find
And
her?
He never
She was 14?
he never gave up looking for her. And some girl called him, and she didn't even want to go back on the boat. The girl wouldn't even go back on the boat. But they did arrest somebody. She was 14-year-old Emma Ray Gervasi from Suffolk County. She was reported missing on December 8th and was discovered January 3rd aboard a boat in Islip Canal. Her dad was on social media. He was out there looking for her every day. Wow. They're not really saying exactly where she was found. Her dad, the last interview her dad did, he hadn't even talked to her yet. And so he wasn't given specifics of the case. So
Yeah. Better to shut up.
yeah. Well,
Let the
he
police
doesn't
handle it.
know. It's
You're right,
best not
right.
to guess,
Right.
But he did say, I believe that she might have left willingly to get something out of a car and maybe got pulled in at that point. So, but he believes she was being held against her will. He offered a $15,000 reward for her return, as noted on a GoFundMe page. So he gave the first 15,000. Well, he's looking for her. I'm just going to say that. That's in a few cases I've seen. They're out there every day still trying to find answers.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And
Absolutely. Look at Daniel
I'm,
Robinson's dad. Nobody works harder than him.
what, Daniel Eller? I believe the
Daniel
last name
Robinson. Daniel Robinson, the
No,
geologist.
there's a little boy I talked about, and his last name was I thought it was Daniel Eller. I don't know. I showed his dad's YouTube channel so people could go to it if they wanted to.
Uh-huh.
But law enforcement right away felt that he had fell into the water. It was very fast moving water, and they found his boots downstream. And then after so many years, mom is suddenly watching a home video of him and says that the boots that they found weren't his. It's a really strange case. It's really strange. But
Those
yeah,
are kind of things that haunt me, that there's unexplained things. Like there's got to be a rational explanation for those, but sometimes they're never really explained. Like, how did that happen? I just mull over that forever, for years
he
in
was
some cases.
was
Like, what was the deal with this? The fires are not all arson. One guy was caught with a blowtorch, but California has fires every year. They're usually not in a, concentrated area,
right.
but they have tens of thousands of acres burn every single year. They always have. One of them they think was a downed wire, because people are already suing the electric company.
Right.
I mean, it's dry there. Yeah, the one guy, I mean, I think it's like looters, like the guy with the blowtorch. I mean, they caught him, they saw him. He wasn't even
Well, I
being that
think what a lot of
stealthy.
people, I think a lot of people are just,
It's like looters. They go out, they're looking for a reason they're looking for a reason to commit a crime, to do something, to cause
well, I
trouble.
mean, the thing about it is when people know you got 100 fire trucks sitting there needing to be fixed and knowing it's a problem, you might find somebody who's just like, I'm going to show them they got a problem. Seriously, you just never know. You never know with people. There are
Yeah, I know.
weird people in the world.
Well, in
Weird
California
people.
never has any water either, so they've never known how to manage the water. And I have friends in California, relatives in California, and that's always been a problem too. So, I mean, there's a lot of problems in California. We could spend days talking about that.
Yeah, I think every state has their problems.
Yeah,
Each
but
one has got a lot of
California's
problems.
got a lot of mismanaged areas.
Yeah, I mean, if you get into conspiracy theories, all kinds are going around right now.
Oh, I hate
It's
that.
crazy.
Yeah, the government's controlling the weather. You can't do that. Sorry. You can see clouds, but you can't control the weather.
They let the
Government
government
is not
them.
setting fires. I can guarantee that. Oh yeah. A friend of mine on Facebook, she invited me to her conspiracy theory group. Okay. So just to be polite, right? Because she was a friend, I joined it. And I don't think I was in there 2 hours before my head was going to explode. Okay. Because first, we're on the moon landing, right? That was fake. Well, there is one thing about that does bother me. However, my cousin worked on a project for NASA, and she said she's seen all that. And she said, no, it really did happen. She gets quite defensive if you try to say that it didn't. So then they moved on to 9/11. That was all fake. That didn't happen. No plane hit the Pentagon. I said, okay, my cousin was actually working in the Pentagon when the plane hit. I said, it really happened. I said, look at all the pictures of the wreckage of the plane out on the lawn. Oh, they cleared the area and brought those pieces of plane in so they could take pictures. Okay, leave group.
Well, are you a flat earther?
No, but I did see Daisy posted a couple of videos that proved that the Earth was flat.
Oh, that was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think I remember when she did that. Hey,
Oh,
but
we
you
Scottish Ma.
know,
Why can't we? Why can't we be friends?
uh-oh,
Oh,
what'd
she
you
has
do?
conspiracy. She likes conspiracy theories.
Well, there's nothing wrong with liking them. I can throw out a couple good conspiracy theories.
I'm not big with that.
Well, let me ask you this then, Lisa.
Okay, good.
All right. Conspiracy theories start from where? Where do conspiracy theories start?
Nutballs?
No,
Okay, tell me.
from the truth, right? A lot of things,
Uh,
if you look at them, they have to start from somewhere. So, I mean, do you think conspiracy theorists just go around and pick something and just make something of it?
yes.
It's okay. All right. I see. Well, I think they have to start from somewhere, is what I'm trying to say. That may not make any sense, but the Hawaii land grab?
Yeah, yeah. Come on. Did
Well,
somebody mention that?
yeah. Yeah, the Marie did, the Hawaiian land grab.
Yeah,
You know,
the government did not burn down Hawaii, and there's not any missing kids.
Are you sure?
Yeah, yes, because what happened was those people moved out of the area. So just because, they're living with friends or, migrated to a different area or don't have their children enrolled in school, children didn't die. They weren't kidnapped. They're
Well,
just
I don't think anybody said that somebody unalived them. They just didn't know when they took the kids from the school where they went.
well, just think of the chaos there. It takes a while to find people. I mean,
Exactly.
like with 9/11, a lot of people didn't know for a long time if their relatives or where people were, or you don't know what you'd do if there was something like that. You'd be traumatized. Maybe you would
Well,
go in a
I
hole for a
think
while.
the thing was yeah, and you're exactly right in what you're saying, but it's the thing of possibly not knowing where your kids are at. I mean, there's an emotional toll on that.
Oh yeah. Well, but some of
So
them are with their families.
but basically what you're saying is that what I'm thinking is when they first took the kids away from the school, they probably didn't know where they were going to take them. And so at that time, the parents were like, where's my kids? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, and in the chaos,
So,
it probably took a while to find families because where did the families go? They're going somewhere safe, leaving the area too.
well, they all should have went to freaking Oprah. She had her own fire department. For real. They all just went to Oprah's. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know if she had her own fire department. That's what I heard. Hearsay. Hearsay. Marie said she's lived in Southern California her whole life. They've never had fires like this. It's not normal. No.
Well, what about what was wasn't that the Paradise Fire, or that fire that the people were burned where they were standing? Remember that last year?
Lisa, you are just letting it loose there, girl.
Well,
Yeah. Well,
that terrified me because people were lined up to get out of there and like the fire just swept and burned them in their cars. Remember that? That was horrible. That whole town burned. And all I thought was that would be me because, I'm always on fumes in my car. If I had to evacuate, I'd be shit out of luck because I couldn't go anywhere.
Well, you better be putting gas in your car.
I could barely get down the road. Yeah, my friend that was in California said that he always kept cash on hand and a full tank of gas in case they had to flee.
Right.
Which would be
Yeah.
okay if I had extra cash.
Well, yeah, that's the thing about it. I mean, that's the bad. That is the bad thing about it. Something's got to change.
Yeah, that Paradise Fire was horrible. Oh, horrible.
Something in our world has to change. People can't afford to even live anymore. It's sad.
Well, maybe it will change. We got a shortage of eggs here, but because Michigan passed a law, you gotta love laws, don't you? That all eggs had to be from free-range chickens now. So
Wow.
we don't have any eggs now.
Well,
Would have been nice to implement that in the future so farmers had a little chance to adjust, right? Because, this is putting people out of business. New York changed their laws probably 5 years ago with something with eggs, because I had a farmer. He had like an amazing amount, like maybe 50,000 chickens, maybe more. I don't remember. It was an unbelievable amount there. And he shipped his eggs to New York. Well, they changed their
Well, yeah, but was that a
laws.
chicken factory? Is that what we call the chicken factory?
No,
When
he
you got
didn't
them
have a
all
chicken
smushed
factory. No,
in
it was
there
just
together?
it wasn't a factory. It was a farm. He had them in barns, and he had to kill them all because New York wouldn't buy his eggs
Wow.
anymore. So he went out of business. No, we have turkey farms here. They're in buildings. It's
Well,
open around the
yeah.
bottom.
Have you seen some of them buildings?
I have.
Or
I
to
drove
look at?
by them every single day, at least once. Yep.
Did you go look inside?
I could see the turkeys. They looked out.
Oh, okay.
I've seen pigs. There was a pig processing place on my route, and this couple and their two little kids, the couple brought in their pig that the kids had raised as a project,
Yep.
and had it butchered. I
Yep.
said, "Do those people just take their pet pig?" The lady was like, yeah. I said, "Way
They
to
do.
traumatize your kids. You can't name your food."
Well, they do. And then they say a prayer over it.
That was horrible. And even the receptionist that took the pig was horrified. I
Yeah.
felt bad for those pigs. She told me that the pigs were back there scared, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, that's creepy.
But she said when they come down the conveyor, they're unconscious.
Well, that's probably a good thing.
Oh, it's definitely a good thing. She said they do it as humanely as possible. It bothers me, but yeah, I eat meat.
Right. That's sad. Yeah, those fires are really sad. So I hope
They
that-
are. I came home from work one night. My building was on fire.
Wow, that's crazy.
I stopped to get the mail. I'm like, what am I going to do? I stood out there for an hour begging the firemen to go in and look for my cats, to make sure my cats were okay.
Right.
And they wouldn't.
Right.
Nope. We're only concerned with humans.
Right.
So don't believe everything you see on TV. I was crying. I called my dad. I had my best friend come over. I'm like, I can't imagine going on if my cats are gone, knowing that they died in a fire. So I went around to the back of the building thinking maybe I could sneak up the back way and, and that ain't like a fire. I mean, a building fire, that's like a chemical. I couldn't even get close to the building. It's,
Right.
yeah, you die in a heartbeat breathing that shit in. So then I hear, ma'am. I look up, my neighbor's trapped on her third floor balcony. So yeah, the firemen did a great job looking for human lives, didn't they? I had to go around and get their attention to bring them around back and rescue her with the ladder.
Wow. Yeah, that's
So they
pretty bad.
finally did go in, and he said he found the cats and they were okay. He said he saw them moving around in there. Good.
Well, I mean, I can get where, I mean, I can see their point, but I see your point too. I mean, those are your cats. You would have walked right on in there, even if it would have unalived you, Lisa, to save those cats.
I absolutely would have.
It would have been really crappy if something happened to you and then there's your 3 cats with no mama.
If they were alive.
I'm just
One of
saying.
them I couldn't even get out. I had to go live in my girlfriend's basement for a while with 2 of them, but the other one I couldn't get out. So they unboarded the building for like an hour a day, so you could go in and get medicines and stuff, or whatever you needed out of there. And so I left food and water for him
Oh, cool.
every day. I knew he was in there eating. He was a big boy. He was the only cat I've ever had I couldn't control. I couldn't hold him. He was stronger than I was. He was all muscle.
Yeah, I love my cats. But it's just a hard world.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I
mean,
had another pig. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I had another pig farm that I delivered to, and the dog, I fed dog. I went through big box of milk bones every week feeding animals. I would even stop and feed them if I didn't have anything for their house. So all the dogs would come running when they'd see me. And this one, I love the dog, and he'd come up and jump in my truck and stuff. One day he comes walking towards me with the head of a fetal pig in his mouth. I'm like, get the fuck away from
He
me.
was saying thank you.
Do not.
You give me milk bones later. I'm going to bring you a pig head. The deal. That's what he was doing. See, and okay, now I really wasn't going to talk about Summer's case, but let's talk about the dogs. What do you think about the dog situation up there that day?
That day? So the dogs didn't bark?
From what we hear, the dogs didn't bark.
Okay, so how do we know the dogs? How do we know the dogs didn't bark?
We don't.
Exactly.
My mind is saying the dogs were barking. If it was somebody who came up there, I would think. Unless they had been up there and befriended the dogs somehow. But Jody said the dogs had actually been acting different and stuff since the tree trimmers were up there.
We don't know the dogs didn't bark. We don't know.
No, we don't. We don't know any
People
of that.
keep saying the dogs didn't bark. I'm like, how do we know that? We don't know that.
Well,
we don't know. They might have been barking like crazy.
I don't know. I think maybe people were under that assumption only because they said the dogs weren't there and that, Don said that the dogs were wimps.
Don wasn't there either, so nobody...
anything.
I don't think the dogs did bark. I don't think, and I don't know if I should say. Something's going to happen in that case shortly. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, Lisa.
That's all I'm
You
going to
wanna
say.
get- All right. If that's all you're going to say.
Not necessarily related to summer. Did that give you a hint?
Yeah, when BK came down the hill, the dogs that were with him didn't even bark.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know.
Those
People say
dogs
a lot
wasn't
of things
barking.
about that day, but this and this and this. No, we don't know those things. For one thing,
Mm-mm.
everybody's lying. So what we've heard, we don't even know if that's the truth, right?
Nope. You're right. You're absolutely
I mean,
right.
I know Don was not in the shed. Candace told
No.
Chris McDonough he could go in the shed. The door was even partially open. If Chris McDonough
Right.
wanted to look in that shed, he would have went in the shed. He knew Don was not in the shed. Don's truck wasn't there.
This is what I think about that. I think that you know, it wasn't a big deal to Candace if he looked in the shed.
No.
But she said there were a lot of things in there.
Yeah, she said don't get hurt.
Well,
Yep.
this is the thing. I think Dawn took that as Chris McDonough being basically a smartass about him. Remember?
Yes, I remember. Yes. Yep.
That he, you know, they found him
Yep.
in a shed. And
Chris has a shed
Dawn,
fetish.
yeah, and you know, Dawn took that a certain way, and it pissed him off actually. So I think that's where the that's what happened with that. I remember.
Well, I
that.
think Chris purposely didn't look. This is my thought, that so that he could insinuate that Don was in there, but Don's truck wasn't there. Chris laughed later because they said something about Karen was sitting right there in the truck. She would have seen if Don's truck was gone. He was at work, so he wasn't even there, and Chris knew that. And you know, they said, "Oh, didn't you think Karen was in danger?" And he just laughed because he knew Don wasn't there. I mean,
yeah, hang on. That's what I said, Flies, that the day Benny came down the driveway when Molly and them were there, that the dogs weren't barking.
right.
They weren't barking at all. So then it just begs to question. I mean, that itself opens a whole can of worms, because then you have to say, okay, well, if the dogs were familiar with someone who was up there all the time, how would they react to you know, somebody that maybe came up there that day? I got a question, because I kind of wondered this. You can give me your opinion on it. Candace mentioning Tony Hammond in the interview with Chris McDonough. If this is the thing, Hunter said he heard the conversation. Somebody was on the hill trying to touch the kids or something, right?
Yeah.
And then at the horse pond, she tells Chris McDonough that something about Jackie Dobbs in the area and Tony Hammond also. I just wondered who told her that Tony Hammond was in the area that day.
I don't think Tony Hammond was. He was. She just heard his name on the news. She was just throwing out names out into Tony Hammond's. That was a different situation. I heard that was what I heard was that was his grandson that he wasn't allowed to contact, and he saw him and ran up and tried to grab him. I mean, he walked right in the house. So, I mean, would you walk into the house? He had a guy with him in the car. So, the kidnapping charges were dropped. So he didn't go to jail. He's out.
Well, I thought he did go to jail for it.
No, the kidnapping charges. I kept up with it. The kidnapping charges were dropped.
So
he wasn't He's a criminal, but he don't have any history of grabbing kids.
Right.
I mean, he didn't take Summer. Come on.
Well, we don't know who took Summer, but
Well, the fact that Candy told her best friend that she lied to the cops and about what happened that day and where she was. If someone, a stranger, came up and took Summer, Candy could just tell what she knew. She wouldn't have to lie. So that right there tells me she knows what happened. Or, I mean, if a stranger did it or a neighbor did it, she could just say, right?
not necessarily. I mean, not if she felt afraid.
I
Do
don't
you
think
think
Candy's afraid of anybody. I don't think there's any big. Okay, I
you
honestly
don't
don't
think
think there's a traffic.
you
No.
don't think there's nothing to that whatsoever?
No, I really
You
don't. I
think
really
you
don't.
just think that Grandma's just the type of woman that stays to herself. Um, you know, and wouldn't have any instigating factors in anything to do with Summer. Is that what
No,
you're saying?
she was
Or she
concerned.
knows something. She knows something.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, I think we've all wondered that, and like I said, too, this is just my opinion that if Candace and them, I don't understand why they didn't, acquire a real life victims advocate to try to help them throughout this social media shit, but
They were offered one and they turned it down.
they turned it down. Yeah.
Yep. The cops did not investigate that as a crime scene. They investigated it as a missing child. They thought she walked off. Remember, at one point, I think it was Dave Rader that said at one point they thought someone had dropped Summer off and she was coming back to the house. Remember that?
I don't know if she was, something about her, the possibility that she got dropped off. Yes.
So, I mean, they didn't investigate it as a crime scene there. And like they didn't, fingerprint anything. They didn't search the truck.
They
I mean,
searched
they searched it, but they
7
didn't.
times.
They did search to look for Summer, yeah, but they didn't take things or fingerprint anything, or I mean, they didn't treat it as a piece of evidence. They didn't take it.
They didn't. What if there wasn't nothing? I mean, there was so much stuff there.
There was, yeah, there absolutely was, and I think that's why they.
So you're saying that they just went in 7 times just to kind of mess the place up?
Well, they didn't take anything out of it, so.
But have you seen the list of stuff they did take out of it?
Yeah, the house, yes. The truck, no. I'm saying the truck. They didn't.
Dawn's truck.
No, Candy's truck.
Oh, Candy's truck. So
Don's truck, no. The one thing I think is odd, I know Don did drive the Subaru Monday and Tuesday. However, and it doesn't have anything to do with anything, but it's just like I said, one of those unexplained things that nags at you. And I don't even know why it bothers me, but Don took the Subaru to work on Monday.
Right.
Dudley, said he had the Subaru. Okay, but Jackie Dobbs said he got to his land at 4:30 and started unpacking his stuff. And the first person he saw was Don coming home from work in the white truck. So.
But that was the day before, wasn't it?
No, that Yes, that was the 14th. But if Don drove the Subaru to work, how does he coming home in the white truck? So he said
Interesting.
I thought so too. So he said he talked to Don for a while. Don stopped and talked to him, asked him what he was doing. He explained that he just bought that land and, he was just going to camp there and check it out. And then Don left and went and called Andy, and Andy went down there. So, but how did Don get the white truck? I don't know. I just keep thinking about that. Not that it has anything to do with anything,
I've
but
said that for a long time too, because if it was somebody, if it was a stranger, if it was someone that they knew, they would have to have known that Don was home with his truck there that day.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have bothered them that Don's truck was there that day.
Yeah.
I mean, for real, if we look at it like that.
I mean, they were gone all day. So I don't know. It's just, there's easier ways to grab a kid if you're going to grab a kid. I mean, you go to amusement park and grab a kid. And, like with Chris Marcos, the fact that he would drive from Wisconsin to grab Summer. I mean, he's a dangerous pedophile. There's a lot of little girls in Wisconsin. I mean, I think there's a lot of, you could go to Gatlinburg and grab a kid, go in the bathroom, or go to the beach and grab a kid. You don't have to drive up a long, rutted driveway with a bunch of adults, and you think
or walk across the creek and climb up a freaking hill and stand there and then carry the person back down the hill and across the creek.
You wouldn't go down a dead end road to do that, right? Because you need I don't believe that happened.
Because they were in the white truck, right? Danny said also the day after Summer went missing, Candace said she washed her hands from Don's work jugs.
Yes.
So, yeah, Don didn't have them with him, obviously. They were in the back of his truck.
Right. I don't know if that was only mentioned once and then never mentioned again. I don't think they were planting flowers. I don't think they washed their hands.
Right.
I don't know. I have a lot of questions.
Well, I do too.
She was seen, she's possibly wearing a pink top and gray shorts. Okay, so
where'd she get the gray shorts?
Exactly. When did she change her clothes? When did she go in and change her clothes? Because that was never part of the story. The dogs tracked her down the driveway. Anyway. Why didn't the dogs track her around the house? Why didn't the dogs, find her scent? Should have been everywhere up there in that property.
Yeah.
I have so many questions. Where did she change the clothes? If she changed the clothes, she went downstairs and then came back upstairs too, right? Because that door was locked. So you can't tell me she went through there twice and the boys didn't see her. I don't think the boys saw her.
I don't know. That's why I tell people you can't repeat what Candace or Dawn or anybody says about what the boys have said. You can't. Because you don't know if it's true or not.
Correct.
Now, they want you to believe them, and that's totally up to you if you want to believe them or not. But what happened is everything became questionable that they were saying and doing and everything else.
Right.
It all became very questionable when they came out like they did on social media. I think seeing how they acted and what they did made a lot of people automatically think, what'd y'all do? Right? Am I wrong, Lisa?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Well, and Don even started that by saying, or Candace by saying, they asked Candace, "What did you do to your daughter?" or something. He put that out, so he put that out in people's minds.
He put a lot of things out. I always wonder because remember he kept saying, "I knew something was going to happen on Candace's watch," and I'm like, if you felt that, if you really felt that way, why did you leave all the time? Why did you go to Utah and not take summer? If you felt something was going to happen under Candace's watch, why just leave her for months on end? And you know, and
Okay,
I'll
let's
tell
go.
you, this is another thing that creeped me out before I forget. When he said about taking Summer, he would take Summer to the store and buy her a toy and her only, and the boys were okay with it because they knew how he felt about Summer. It was just a weird statement all the way around. It was weird.
Think about what Don and Candace have said and done ever since that first day, and think of a circumstance that explains all that. Think of them, why they've always tried to direct people away from Ben Hill, away from 110. You know, she's far away. She's in Mexico. She's long gone.
But that was
She's
the
in
first
other,
thing Don said, that
yeah, she's in other states.
a
So why would
substance
they?
abuser
Yeah.
could already took her and had her far away from here.
There's a reason. There's something that explains everything, and nobody wants to say it, and I'm not going to say it, but it explains. I don't want to say more, I guess, but think about it. You'll come to it. Little Dev. Yeah,
Well,
you're
I've
with
come
me.
to a
You're with
lot
me
of
right
things.
there. And I think that's what happened, and I think that's going to come out.
Let me ask you this: is it
Uh-oh.
male or female?
Yes.
Female?
Male.
Oh, male. Yeah, I agree. I think I already know where you're going. I agree.
Yep.
For real.
Yep. It's
Chris, the PI hyped up Summer's case. I don't know how they did that. I remember one, I believe it was interview
Oh, no.
he did.
Not Chris the PI. She's talking about Chris McDonough.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he did. You're
He
right.
did.
He absolutely
He had
did.
an agenda. He steered it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, completely. And there was a reason he did that. I mean,
He does that in all his cases.
You know?
Every one of them.
Well, I mean, Candace doing the interview with Chris, that's either saying she was trying to lead people in a different direction, or she truly did it because she wanted Summer found. And from some of the things I've seen all this time, it's very questionable. I don't know. It's crazy. Nobody ever wants to say enough. It's like, I don't know. But one thing I will say, some of the things said and done in Summer's case, if you go back to other missing and exploited missing children cases, and exploited children, there were weird things done in Summer's case that kind of had been done in other cases, like the toy thing. So that was weird. That was weird for me. Plus a text that says it's done. Yeah, there's a movie with Joaquin Phoenix in it, and that's the first line he has in that movie. He's on the phone and he says it's done, which meant that he had rescued a child.
Yeah, but that was days after Summer went missing that he saw that text. If he saw it.
Yeah,
Because
he said
if I
yeah,
delete
I get
if
it.
I delete a text, it does not go to my gallery. It's gone. A text does not go to your gallery.
Well,
And he did that as Candace was walking to her car.
yeah, I thought that too. I did think that, honestly. That where would he have time to?
Yeah.
Well, isn't there some devices though that you delete, but you have to go back in and
Clear the
delete them
trash,
again?
but he said he went in the gallery. It doesn't go in the gallery. The gallery is pictures and screenshots. You have to take a picture.
Exactly. Yeah.
You
Exactly.
delete anything, it goes to trash. I have an Android. Mine does not go to trash. You get a warning that it's permanently deleted if you delete a text.
Right.
But I'm open to the fact that some of them, it does go in the trash. However, it doesn't go in your gallery.
Right.
I'm sorry. And he said he saw dozens of deleted texts when
Right.
he did not have time to do that. And it was done. I mean, it was done. That could have come anytime.
Lisa, do you remember that that it was I think a video where there was a guy sitting in a shed and there were two women in there. They were accusing him of stealing money from him or something, and said that he had been trying to sell their daughter.
That was Jerry Preston and Melissa Baker. I have that on my.
Do you have that?
I have that on my community wall. He still has it on his Facebook page.
That was just weird.
It was weird, and what's even weirder is that he has it on his Facebook page.
Yeah, that's weird.
But she's still obsessed with him.
Really?
She still wants him back bad. Oh yeah, they had a very, very contentious relationship. They're always fighting.
Well, it sounds like it if somebody's accusing him of doing that. Wow. That is crazy. Who do
Just
you think would, that's a good question, Lee. I sent it to you and you saved it wasn't the one. Yeah, there was, I don't know. Yeah, you sent it to me, Flies. You sent it to me.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure you did.
We had talked about it before. Yeah, people tried to say that was Candace. That was Candace's voice. No, it was not. It was Melissa Baker. He calls her Bake through the whole thing.
What do you think of? What do you think of Grandma and Billy wanting her, and that's all weird to me.
Grandma and what?
Remember the drunk Billy that supposedly lived down in the shed?
Oh yeah, I don't know. Andy said nobody ever lived in the shed. So, did you look at that shed? There really wasn't any open floor space in there. So.
Which shed are you talking about? The one?
Yeah, there was more than one shed, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was definitely more than one shed.
I don't know. Andy said nobody lived in the shed. So I don't know. I don't know anything about that, but I don't think anybody was there that day, actually. Do you?
Well, I don't know. This is what's always been weird to me, that Summer's gone. Dawn thinks she's been taken, and he knows that the boys were supposed to have been there, and he's coming home from work, and the boys are out there, and he drives right past the boys to the shed. Doesn't stop and talk to the boys.
All right, you know why I think that was.
Oh yeah, you said substances, yeah.
And you're going to argue with me, but Grandis did not have a girlfriend recently. No, she broke up with her girlfriend. I mean, they broke up in what, like
A long time
4?
ago, right?
Yeah. Oh, now since Summer's been missing, they broke up probably about 5 years before Summer went missing, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she's
And
a
people that have
nursing
seen
home,
her,
isn't
people that have seen her in town said she's much happier and healthier looking since
she? Since
Candy
she's
broke
out,
up.
Grandma.
No, her girlfriend. They said her girlfriend is happier.
Well, I remember that text where Grandma was texting her friend, and in that text she asked her if she liked women, didn't she? That's a text that came out on YouTube.
I don't remember that. Was that
You don't
Emma?
remember that?
Mm-mm. But we know she did. I mean, she left Jim for her girlfriend.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
were
she
together
sure
a
did.
awfully long time. Traveled to a lot of states. Lived in Nevada, Las Vegas for a while. She likes gambling. What about the bus, Poppy? Her bus? I heard that bus. Candy was a bus driver in Wisconsin. So I heard 2 stories. I heard that that was the bus Candy used to drive, and then it went up for sale. And I also heard that I heard Candace say that was the bus that she used to ride on when she was a kid. Now, both of
Now,
those could be
I
true.
heard that it initially started as she was going to turn it into like a
Yeah, she
camping
was.
bus.
She was, and she had things on her Facebook page of conversions of a bus. So, yeah.
And
But where was
that
Candy?
ended up not happening, and it became
No.
kind of like
Well,
a hoarder bus, right?
Candy has all her stuff in there because she lost her trailer up in Wisconsin. So that has all of her furnishings and belongings in it. So
Right.
they'd have to find a place to put that if they're going to convert it. But I mean, seriously, were they ever going to convert it? I mean, was that realistic? You should fix up your house before you. But the bus
Maybe
was
that's why it
supposed to.
didn't end up getting converted.
Yeah, she was going to leave the bus to Candace and the camper to her other daughter. But now they're not talking, so that's
Oh Lord.
Didn't know what it was, just seen it in pics. Yeah. It actually had that one of the pools in it. Last I knew, the last swimming pool I think was crammed in there too. It was just a catch-all. They seem to put things in their vehicles to store them.
Do you think that? Oh, I don't know.
You can ask me. Doesn't mean I'm going to answer.
Yeah, I get you. There's a lot of things I don't answer either. Some things there's just no sense in. You know, it used to drive me crazy because one thing I always noticed with Don especially, you know, he even it didn't matter whose panel he was on or whatever. There were certain questions he would not answer, and you know, even some of the creators he went to wouldn't ask him specific questions. So it was like you kind of kept it with Don. You heard different things every time that he would talk. Basically,
He did that on purpose.
Yeah, you heard a new story about him.
He did that on purpose. He told YouTubers bullshit. and then laughed about it.
Exactly.
And they think he was telling him the real story.
Mhm.
But yeah, he liked to see him fight. He told everyone a different story and then laughed when they.
When they get into a fight, yeah. Yeah.
He's not. People
I
are
mean,
like he can't keep his lies straight. Don't believe that. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's
well,
crafty. He's crafty. It's a criminal cunning.
yeah. Yeah. And he ain't smooth at it for real.
One thing that
I
drives
mean,
me crazy is people in their theories say that, oh, they had to get rid of Summer because that would have been Don's third strike if he got caught. In the first place, there's no evidence that he did anything to Summer. I'm sorry. And
no, there's
in the
not. You're
second
right. There's not.
in the second place, it wouldn't have been his third strike. Every state that has a third strike law has different requirements for that. And in Tennessee, Don doesn't have any strikes.
But let me ask you this. Do you think that anybody would have even maybe delved into that any maybe deeper if Chris McDonough wasn't pushing that narrative?
No. And I don't like that Dr. Bricado. What does he say? It's a
I don't know. I've never
elimination.
listened to him.
I had some respect for him at the beginning, but then when his involvement in the Shanann, what was her name there that got killed in New York, Gilbert. His involvement in that and the things he said and did made me lose total respect for him. But he said what Summer was an elimination killing. Yeah. And that deception detective, I'm like,
Oh my gosh.
I dug into him a little bit and I'm like, oh yeah, he's a lawyer trained in what? But I don't know, whatever he said he was trained in. Really? How do you know that? Because he keeps anonymous, and I searched out lawyers that were trained in that, and no, I didn't find him. I didn't find.
Oh my God.
I did a little, and I'm like, I don't.
Let me give you all fair warning right now. Do not let Lisa Kay have something to say and Flies on the Coast together and be mad at you because oh Lord. I'm telling you, she's like that too. She knows where to go. She knows where to find stuff and she'll find it. She will find it.
So what was I saying?
That's
so
people. I mean, I think
yeah, he's supposed to analyze your vocal cues, right? So he was analyzing Don and Candace, and then he said, "Oh, they're just uneducated trash living in a trailer." Okay, in the first place, they're not living in a trailer. And in the second place, how would you be able to get that from their language? See, he had an agenda. He had an agenda. He was putting out bullshit that he couldn't possibly have gotten by doing what he said he was doing. He was supposed to be.
Is this a pet peeve of yours, especially in Summer's case, when people talk about the case and they like with that and studying the language? I would have thought that he would have really studied maybe some interviews and stuff that they did. And look, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a detective or nothing, and I do commentate on people's stuff, but I don't know. I only watched him a couple times, and especially with the psychics, one thing that I seen was that they all were saying the same things. They were just saying it a little bit different. That's most of them. The only real psychic I seen talk about Summer's case She did it one time. The boys were still in the home. The boys hadn't even been taken, and that was Sloan Bella. And she was very interesting because she was talking about generational
Yeah.
dysfunctionality, and it was interesting. It was really interesting. But these other ones, I mean, come on, do you? It's hard for me to watch these people say, "I'm going to go out and look for summer." There's nothing wrong with that, but um, I don't know. What are you expecting to really find? I
Well,
mean,
yeah.
that one psychic freaked out because she freaked out because there was a bag of lingerie. Well, excuse me, if they're out there making a little something something, don't you think if they're having big sellers come out, they don't have a little bit of something something out there waiting on them? Also, you don't seem to realize there are women who become addicted and will do anything to get a little something something. Hence, maybe that's why there's a bag of lingerie out there. You never know. A weirdo could be out there wearing that lingerie out in the woods. I mean, for real. You just never know. Um, it's just, I don't know. I don't know. I just wish that somebody would just tell the truth. And, I said this too, though. If, if Dawn and Candace, if something happened, accident or whatever, and they know where they put her, um, and they know that nobody's going to find her where they put her, they're not necessarily going to, you know. But why do you think
Exactly.
Dawn? Why do you think Dawn was so um, not nice to a lot of the people who were looking for Summer?
Uh,
Why do you think there was an issue with Dave Rader, of all people, of Equisearch?
I don't know. I didn't really, at the beginning, I didn't really watch a lot of what Don and Candace said because I didn't want that to
Well, they didn't.
cloud what I was thinking.
Well, they didn't. Dawn didn't come out and say it. Dave Rader said there was an issue, and he had to sit down and talk to Dawn and tell him it was about Summer. It wasn't about Dawn. It wasn't about anybody else. It was about Summer. And he says that you can find that over on Duty Ground, I believe. So
I don't know what
yeah,
was Don's issue with him.
I don't know. I never really asked. I didn't dig into it or whatever. But yeah, that was kind of weird to me.
Danny, I thought that same thing. That was my first thought. I was going to say that, but then I thought,
let me tell you, that guy, that, yeah, I could say a lot about that guy.
we could say a lot about that.
But the thing about it is, you're talking about somebody at one point was manufacturing substances, which in turn were substances that could have kept him up for 3 or 4 days, and you just never know. You just don't know. That's the whole sad thing about that.
No, it's Katie and
I don't know.
Summer's not with Candy.
Well, that's Chase's fault. Why did Chase say that, Lisa? And if
I
you
don't
know
know.
the truth about it, then you email me. I won't even say it on social media. But I
don't
want to
know.
know
I don't know
why
why
he
Chase.
said that.
I don't know. I don't know why he said that. I'm not going to say where she is, but no.
Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't say where she is either.
Yeah, that's not.
People would just, make her life miserable.
Yeah, people know. I know where she is, but yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter, does it?
No, I don't think it matters. Not to me, anyway. Not to me, anyway. So, what do you think about this new take on Candace's situation and getting away? Well, I don't know. I don't see Candace ever getting away from Dawn. I mean,
I think she's done this time. And part
really
of it,
hope so.
I think has something to do with what is coming.
Well, I really had hoped for her that she would stay away from him when he got out of jail. I don't know why she did. I'm not her, but I tend to try to see the big picture, and that also that Dawn was all she knew for a long time. And since Summer went missing, she has gotten to know people. She's went out and got a job. She's doing things a little bit different. And I think that probably helped her in this decision too. But that's just my way of thinking, you know.
I was surprised at this one because I always thought of Candace as the violent one in the relationship.
That is because that's what Dawn put out. Remember when he was...
No, it's not.
Well, I know, but you were talking about her stabbing a principal in the leg or something. Remember that?
She talked about that, but
well, I know, but that's the way people made her out to be.
Well, that's the way she was.
Well, I know she was rough around the edges, really rough around the edges. I get that. I totally get that. But a lot of that was learned about was from Dawn on social media. I heard it. I knew about the Walmart thing, and I heard
no. What did you hear allegedly?
That she was rough with the kids. I have to say allegedly on that because I don't know. You know, I there's a lot of things.
No,
there's a lot.
Every family member she had, she assaulted.
Okay, let me ask you this. When she ran away from home and joined the carnival the first time, how old was she?
There was only one time.
Okay, how old was she?
That was after the kids were the first two kids were taken. That was when she and Andrew broke up.
Wait, didn't she meet her husband?
No, she did not meet him in the carnival. No.
I thought she ran away like at 16 and joined.
No.
Mm-mm. So she didn't go with the carnival until after she had divorced her husband.
They were not married, but no, after she left him, no. That's when she joined the carnival. She was only in the carnival, I think, 9 months.
And then she got stuck. I can't remember where she got stuck at, but she got stuck in
St. Louis.
Right,
St. Louis.
Okay.
They kicked her out in St. Louis. Did Grandis come to Arkansas? Yeah. Yes. Candy managed a
thank you, Lisa.
Candy managed a motel in Arkansas with Val.
That's what I've been saying.
And so she was already there.
And did you hear?
And then when
now, let me ask you this, because remember Don talked about his mom running a motel. Do you remember that?
He did talk about that. I don't know if that's true. I know Karen had a real estate license in California and rented an office there. I did track that down.
Well, no, not what. I don't think that was California, was it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so
because he talked about his mom having to change up the way that the motel ran because they kept getting closed down.
yeah, he
because of
said
all
that. I don't know what that whole thing was. I didn't dig into that, but yeah, she came to Arkansas, was managing because they moved around a lot. They were in Las Vegas. Anyway, she was in Arkansas before Candace ended up there. So Candace was in the carnival. I think 9 months, I think is about what I narrowed it down to. I know the carnival that she joined first in Wisconsin and then went into traveling one and ended up in St. Louis without a job. And so Candy went from Arkansas over to get Candace and brought her to Arkansas. So that's how Candace ended up in Arkansas.
And that's where she met Don's.
Well, she was with 3 other guys that I know of before Don and had that baby before Don.
But she met Don through his daughter was it her daughter or his daughter Frances?
It was Pam's daughter, Frances. And yeah, Candy got Candace off meth at that point. So she was drug free for a while.
Yeah, that's what I heard too, that she, grandma
Hey,
went and
Dee
got her and she came back and tried to,
Oh boy,
try
Sassy, I'd have to look. I don't remember if it was in Fayetteville or not.
What do you think, and this is just the way I feel, you may not feel this way. Do you feel, because I haven't heard Candace really talk about Fred Hill a lot. I really hadn't. I heard her talk about him like one time, and that was about it.
Wait, Candace only 16 when she met Don? No, she was.
No.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Dee Dee. I haven't seen you around in a while.
So.
No, she didn't meet Don until after she'd had 3 kids by then. And yeah, Don was not. Candace was in Wisconsin until she was 21, I think. And Don, she wouldn't have had an opportunity to meet Don. What else did I see here? Oh, what did you say? Fred Hill? Okay, Fred Hill. Don was a big al of Fred Hill's. But
that's what I thought.
Oh yeah, they were tight. Okay, so but Andy said that he and Jody Sue had not lived there that long and didn't know Fred Hill all that well. So
they were related, right?
Yeah, they were. But I mean, as far as living there on the hill, I don't think they actually socialized. They don't seem like they did, do they?
I mean, no, really, they don't seem like they did. But, I mean, how long did they actually live there? Because Don was there.
I don't know.
Like what?
2000. Oh, wait. 2009.
That's a lot of time to live by somebody and not really know them.
Don and Candace.
Oh, Don and Candace.
I don't know when Andy and Jody Sue moved there. Does anybody know that?
Yeah, well, because it doesn't seem like they were there for them to really do a lot of work to the place, right?
Andy and Jody Sue?
Right. Remember,
I don't know much.
They didn't even. Didn't even have a bathroom or something like that. There was. I thought that they were like trying to make it more livable, maybe.
I don't really know much about that
But,
situation.
you know,
Well, I think they must have had a bathroom because Jody Sue couldn't use it when she had the chemo. Remember, she had to go in the
right.
bucket behind the shed. That was not the buckets that Ryan went through. That was a compost bucket. He said the
Oh my
buckets
God.
Jody
That's,
Sue
you know,
used were.
and you know what? It's okay to be funny, but when you're looking for a missing child and to take a shovel and dig in a bucket, that kind of set me wrong. That hit me wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it was just me. Maybe I was having a bad day, but I was like, that's not cool. I didn't think that was cool at all.
Oh, and they carried
So,
that on for a long time.
heck yeah, they did.
Matter of fact,
But,
I heard that mentioned still last week, that bucket. But
well,
yeah, Ryan said Andy showed him where the buckets where they were behind a shed. He said that was compost he was digging in. Speaking of compost, that's one of my most vivid memories of my grandmother was out on the back porch, which of course was unheated, was a big galvanized bucket, and she put the compost in there. I remember that smell so vividly of that compost bucket, kind of a, earthy,
right.
musty smell. That brings back memories of my grandma.
Lisa, will you talk to Chad for a second while I run to the ladies' room?
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
What do you guys want to talk about? Ask me a question. Yeah, Danny. I don't think that Ryan would have been digging in a radioactive bucket there. I don't know why did people even come up with that? That's a little off the wall. Yes, Sandy, what's normal? Especially on Ben Hill. I do not know. So, anybody think we'll ever find summer? I don't think we will. At this point, I don't know. Sometime long in the future, maybe. Somebody will find some bones, but I don't know. Oh, she'll be back in a minute, Marie. Do you, Danny? How do you think she'll be found? Do you think that someone will tell, or do you think that someone will just stumble across the body bones? I should say it won't be a body at this point. Oh, I pray for a lot of things, Dee Dee. I pray for a lot of things. Sebastian, I think Sebastian might be alive somewhere. I really do. So maybe we'll come up with him. Bones. Do I think Grandis would hide Summer? No. No. Nope. I do not believe that is for a second.
Okay,
Okay.
back in the saddle. Well, I don't know. I just wish Sylvia Jeffries.
Yeah, I think you wanted. Yeah, I think she needs a timeout to get some D
Yeah, you
somewhere
need to
else.
go. You need to go get some D, lady. Lord have mercy. Somebody already got her for 5 minutes. I am confirming
Marie,
that.
Marie needs prayers. She said while you were gone.
Oh, we're praying for you, Marie. We are. Do you think
Hide
Candace would
Summer
hide
from
summer out for Candace?
no. Hide Summer from Don. No.
I
She was concerned about Summer's situation. Not just
well, I'm
Summer.
sure.
The whole situation there.
What did let me ask you this. What do you think Grandma really thought about Jose just popping up there? Or do you think that possibly was already set up, that
No, I
they
don't.
already knew Jose was coming?
No, I don't think. No, I don't think that. No. I don't know how he ended. How did he end up there? Oh, Allie. He was going to connect with Allie. Yeah. And then he said he did sleep with Allie once.
Yeah, just once. Poor girl. Poor girl. Everybody on social media that had it out with Allie, I'll call it, said they only slept with her one time. I felt bad for her. I'm like, that's I don't even know how Allie even dealt with some of the things that people were saying.
Oh, I know.
To her. It was sad. It was sad. I think she really started ignoring the social media thing after a while, though.
Well, you almost have to. It's so cruel.
It is cruel. It's very cruel.
Speaking of social media, although this doesn't have anything to do with any of these cases, but I follow Ohio State, and when they play Michigan, of course, that's the game, the biggest rivalry in college football, and we lost this year. So the coach had to hire security to guard his family. His kids were harassed at school, and people on social media told him that he should kill himself like his dad did. Now, social media is out of control because people post anonymously on there. You can feel brave and say things that you wouldn't say in a million years in real life because nobody knows who you are. To tell somebody to kill themselves, especially because if their dad committed suicide, how can you go lower than that? Really?
People can go pretty low. People can go pretty low. Let me tell you. It doesn't make. I don't get it. I don't like to be that person. That is just cruel and mean. I really don't.
I don't understand people, but people do that. There's people that just troll. That's their whole life. They just go into chats and say outrageous, nasty things to get a reaction. And I report those people. Okay, so Sassy says, I'm sorry, but Rose came up missing in the same state. Rose was then she was in the same land. I don't think she had anything to do. She doesn't know anything about Rose. She actually won't even believe what really happened to Rose. She didn't have anything to do with that.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Lisa. I don't think that either.
No. Bye, Dee Dee. Glad to see you in here.
I think a lot of people automatically assume Grandma did something or whatever only because she left the hill to go do something she had planned on doing way before Summer went missing.
Yeah, and she didn't leave for almost 6 weeks. I don't know why people said she left the next day. She sure left quick.
Because that's easy for people to say, Lisa.
She didn't leave till after the boys were taken.
Well, and let me talk to you about this, because the last few times I've, kind of talked about Summer's case, I've talked about the little fires that were happening all around Summer's case. And people were taking the little fires that could have been, because it just seemed to me in Summer's case, a lot of the locals or people who'd lived in the area or whatever came out and started social media platforms. Nothing wrong with that. But then they would end up getting into arguments and stuff with each other. And so I just seen that happening, and, a fight between a couple creators, turned into, oh, well, they're in the area. And so I think all these people who lived in that area had something to do with it. And I am not the fish that is going to take that bait, because that's exactly, in my opinion, what happened. That's why when I say low fires, that's what I mean. Individual things going on with different people that had nothing to do with Summer. It had nothing to do with Summer going missing. So, do you get what I'm trying to say?
I've said since the beginning that I think a lot of locals have personal grudges that they're airing right now by incriminating or trying to incriminate the people that they're mad at. Is that what you're saying too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Excuse me. That's what I call a low fire. A low fire. And because
yes,
they were from the area and they were fighting over stuff,
Yes. That's exactly what I think a lot of this is going on. Sassy, she actually did something, but that's not going to come out until later, and I'm not going to talk about it. But, she wasn't totally oblivious. But you got to think
that's not true, Marie.
She had to have a place to live because she sold her. She lost her trailer in Wisconsin, so but now, she did do something, so I know that.
Well, this is the thing, like Marie said, grandma isn't supposed to be around children, allegedly. I don't think that's not true, right, Lisa?
That's not true, right? That's not true.
That kind of got started when Benny said he was there or something, and the boys called and grandma said, I can't talk to him or something. I think people kind of took that grandma wasn't supposed to be around kids. Also, with Rose's children, that had nothing to do with any physical anything, right,
correct.
Lisa? So
that's correct.
Let's get that out there.
Yes, there was no abuse or anything there. Actually, she didn't have anything to do with those kids very often, just like once a year. So, and with her other daughter, that's a personal thing there. So, yeah, there's no abuse. She doesn't have any record of abuse at all.
Well, the thing about it is, that family is going to be under the radar until something happens in Summer's case. Justice is done for Summer. It's not going to matter what any of them do. I know the sister's been pretty good about keeping away from the bullcrap.
Yes.
And
I'm not even going to mention her name. Yeah, she doesn't want to have anything to do with it. Well, and Don's sister, Heidi, she's stayed out of it too.
Yes. Yeah, well, his sister, what was his sister's name that was going to bat for him? She didn't completely stay on social media. She
Sonia,
just kind of said what she had to say, and
yeah,
Sonia, yes.
A lot of people didn't even
said what she had to say.
A lot of people didn't even know Heidi existed because she's totally out of it.
Yeah, she's a sister that didn't she marry young or something. I could be wrong, but didn't she? I don't know. I thought I heard she married young or something like that. I don't know. There was mention of her, but I just don't think nobody really took the bait on it because, see, and I can be wrong, but a lot of that stuff didn't mean anything to me when it came to Summer's case.
No.
And I hate to say
No.
that because I know creators made good money off of a lot of stuff that they put out, but so much of it, Lisa, it to me had nothing to do with Summer's case.
I
It
agree.
just didn't.
I agree 100%.
So
And they keep trying to tie Rose into Summer, you know. Chris
yeah,
Marcos, they tried to make Chris Marcos the villain in both cases. He lived in California when Rose went missing. He absolutely had nothing to do with Rose. Rose's
right.
own bad choices resulted in what happened to Rose.
Yeah, but people are gonna. I mean, you know how it is. You know how people are. They're gonna dig. Now, do I think that Summer's case maybe brought out Rose's case again? Maybe detectives took another look at it. Yeah, I think so.
Well,
But I just
he's
don't think there was any connection between Rose going
no.
missing and Summer going missing.
Well, her detective said that just caused them a bunch of shit at the renewed detention.
Well, I'm sure.
You know, look
I'm
at all the
sure.
stuff that they got.
Come on, Lisa. Let me ask you. How many people have we seen call some sort of law enforcement and they immediately tell them, I got a YouTube channel. You need to go watch this or, this just happened on my channel and go to this other channel and watch it because he was over there too. And I'm like, law enforcement don't want to hear that crap.
Right.
They don't want to hear it.
No.
That's like Radio Billy, the guy from the radio, Billy. He came out and started talking about Summer's case. I'm going to find out what happened to this little girl. He picked up the phone and called the jail and asked what Don Wells had for breakfast.
Okay, Allie.
That
Rose
was just so.
Rose was hooked up with a whole bunch of bad people, Katie, and she was.
Let me say this. Let me say this, right? Hold on. What was I going to say? I can't remember what I was going to say.
Oh, Sassy, I don't think Candace never said that. Allie made that up. What, Candace?
Oh, I know what I was going to say is that we're talking about a bunch of women. At one time, JLR and them were talking to Allie, her mom.
Yeah.
Her mom. And
Sherry and Cassandra.
Yeah. And so when Chris McDonough did his interview, here comes a new person, right? And so when Hunter mentioned the dry drowning, I never thought for a minute that came from him to start with.
No.
I'm like, look, are people not real? That's like I was listening to Linda and Chase text or call or whatever. And he was like, he got into a car with 5 women. He said, we're screaming at him. I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you get into a car with 5 women who are screaming at you? It didn't make any sense to me. So I kind of seen Chase in a way as a patsy for a bunch of women. It's kind of the way I seen him.
I don't know much about him. I didn't follow that whole thing.
Well, the only question I ever had was where did he get the Summer was in Indiana and Grandma was saving her? That was the only question I had about Chase.
I don't know. I think just a conspiracy theory. He said that they were hiding her and gonna bring her out after a certain amount of time or something. I don't.
Well, it was weird though, because he said Grandma was going to be the hero, but then he made a comment, if I remember, that said something along the lines, they're just trying to find out who the woman was. And I'm like, if Grandma had Summer or set it up for Summer to be taken, Grandma would know who the woman was that allegedly was involved with it somehow. She would already know. So that didn't make any sense to me at all.
Yeah, people come
So
up
I
with
kind
this
of had to. Well,
stuff.
I mean, it's very easy to
Yeah,
fall into that,
they don't think it's
you
serious.
know.
Sassy, yeah, that Allie made that up. Candace never said that.
I made a lot of stuff up. That's what
Yes,
I
she did.
always
She was
tried to
mad.
do.
She was mad at Candace, and she was making up a lot of stuff to make Candace look bad. What Candace said one time when it was Rose's either birthday or the anniversary of going missing, and Candy was crying, and Candace said, "Why are you crying? The bitch is dead." So that she never said she killed her. So I don't know why Allie made that up.
Well, because
And then
I
people made
think
a big deal of her sharing that meme on her Facebook timeline that said, bitch, I'm going to put you in my trunk and help people look for you or whatever. I shared that in my group. And when I said something about it in my live, everybody in my chat had shared it too. That was funny. That doesn't mean she killed anybody. Then people start saying, oh, she put Rose in her trunk. I'm like, that's just ridiculous. Where'd you go?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Okay.
Well, that's the whole thing about it. I mean, Summer's case took on a life of its own, and a lot of it I blame Dawn for. And there at the beginning, Candace wasn't going on social media. She may have been on Facebook. I don't know, but she wasn't coming on YouTube and talking like Dawn was. And if people go back and really listen to everything that Dawn said, Dawn was about Dawn. Dawn was about Dawn. Every time I remember an interview he had where she asked the question, did you have anything to do with Summer going missing? And for 20 minutes, he talked about himself. When she reminded him that, are you going to answer the question? He kind of laughed about that. He kind of laughed about it. And, I don't think he even answered the question. I don't think he answered the question. But yeah, Dawn's been about Dawn the whole time. For real. And, I'm not the YouTube police. I can't tell people to not put the little fires in with Summer's case anymore because they're still going to do it. It doesn't matter. But,
I think Don likes an audience.
I think Dawn loved having an audience. Let me ask you a question. Do you really think that when Benny was there and Dawn took off that they filed a missing persons report on Dawn?
They did call the police and ask if they could track his phone or something. PG claims that Don was hiding in the basement that whole time talking to her on the phone 24/7. She said that several times.
If I remember correctly, I don't want to misquote Cher, but I remember Cher saying something about he was saying he was at work, and I knew he wasn't at work. So
Cher doesn't know what
talking to him on the phone. He'd be acting like he was at work. He wouldn't be at work. Well, she talked to him quite a bit.
Yeah, but he didn't tell her any more truth than he told anybody else. I want to know how he could talk to Cher. How he could talk to Cher 24/7 and PG 24/7 and neither one of them ever knew each other or talked to each other. How did that happen?
Yeah, that was kind of weird. I have to admit that was weird.
Who stopped the wells from coming online? That what came from the court.
Well, I thought that allegedly came from the court before. Why would the court care now?
Oh,
Why
they're
would the
not. No, I'm talking about when the court stopped them.
You're talking about a while back, right?
Yes. Is she talking about
Because I
now?
was getting ready to say they don't have the kids no more. So, yeah, I
They're
think you might be talking about now. And
they got bigger
I
things
mean,
to
I
worry about
know
right
that,
now than coming online.
yeah, for real. I agree.
There's stuff going on that they're having to worry about. They don't need to be online.
Well, I do hope, Lisa, that you are correct this time when you say something's going to happen soon. I really do. I think a lot of us, said before that, something's going to happen. And, it just didn't get there. It didn't happen. So, it's just, I think, wishful thinking for all of us. But, I knew that. Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think that Fred Hill saying that he was recording Dawn is bullshit?
Yes.
That's what I thought too.
Katie Ann, 100%. 100%.
Yeah. Well, I tried to tell people that in my own way. I'm like, if you've ever been to a holler and you're around people who's lived in the country their whole life, and they're just not bad people. They're just a different type of people. And I know my brother-in-law, Lord have mercy, he used to do stuff to people and say things to people, and they would just think it was the funniest thing in the world. So it's just the way they are. That's just,
And watch people run with it. Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Yeah,
there's a YouTuber. I'm not going to mention his name, but he thought it was funny to talk about a guy in their little tiny town that he said he was sleeping with, he was married, sleeping with somebody else's wife or whatever. And he said it was just a joke. Well, that guy didn't think it was very funny. He came and punched him out. And it was on video. Yeah, sometimes what you think is funny isn't exactly funny to everybody.
Isn't exactly funny. Absolutely. But that's just the way it was. I mean, you get somebody from the city or whatever that comes up there. Yeah, they gonna mess with you big time, for sure. So
I don't know. You couldn't make this shit up, could you? They sure got a cast of characters there.
Yeah, but I just don't, it just pisses me off. And I've said this, the only reason people can be lying about a missing little girl is if they're trying to hide their own nefarious shit.
I think if anybody there knew anything, they would have talked for the $72,000 or whatever. If Fred Hill would have sold his own mother for $72,000. Plus, they're all criminals up there, and they're all upset that people are digging into their background and law enforcement was around. They would have done anything to get the cops to leave the area.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. So nobody knows anything there. A couple people, maybe.
Well, that's why I said it's a lot of people that, the fighting amongst each other over things, it just got mixed up in Summer's case. And when that happened, I don't know, it didn't make any sense to me. But, that's what happened.
Well, I feel sorry
That's what
for all
happened.
the innocent people that got drug into it and got their lives turned upside down and all their secrets exposed. And, that had nothing to
Well,
do with the
that's like
case. Just,
that's like with Allie. That's the same thing with that Stacy Wonder character. Once they came out and started getting paid, the more panels they went on, the more they got paid, the more they needed to say something a little bit different. They had to keep making their money. And Allie said some outrageous stuff, but she has
yeah.
come back. She has, I mean, she's come back and said stuff wasn't true. So
Oh, she did. Yeah.
yeah, and I don't think people realize that.
Oh,
I don't think
yeah. She got
people
paid.
realize that.
One thing I want to know,
Okay.
she said she had ironclad proof, incontrovertible proof of Hunter losing his virginity. What does she have? Camera in the bathroom? Supposedly he slept with his girlfriend in the shower. Was she
Yeah,
videotaping it or
I
what?
don't know, but Andrew said the same thing. Andrew said he told him about it. Andrew said the same thing. Said he told him about it.
But she had, did she have what? On video or audio tape or what? How would she approve?
I don't know unless
That
he
just
called her
seemed,
and said,
listen in.
hey mom, I'm gonna lose my virginity in the shower. Is that okay with you?
That's one thing that's stuck in my mind. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well,
Hey.
with Andrew, I think a lot of people question because, Don made the comment that he did a lot of things with Hunter because Hunter wasn't close to his dad or whatever. And you know, um, I'm not real sure how that whole relationship really was between him and Andrew. But, allegedly, Andrew and friends were going to pick up their lives and move to Kingsport for him to be closer to H. So,
I don't
I don't
believe
know.
that. Yeah. I do not believe
I don't
that.
know. Well, I mean, if
I
you
don't
get
believe
into that, if you go ahead,
what? I don't believe that
go ahead.
Hunter and Candace had an inappropriate relationship either.
I don't believe that either. I believe that
Even
she
even
probably,
Jody Sue doesn't believe that. She said, "Then no, that never happened." Candace is like mentally 13. She acts like a teenager, and I think that's what she and Hunter giggling and cracking up and making inappropriate remarks. And
yeah,
I think they just interacted on that level. I asked Andrew, and he said he didn't think that anything happened, but it had gone around so often that he thought it should be checked out. So he did report it, and he said it came back unfounded. So
right.
I think we need to just put that to rest.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not going to sit and say she didn't buy him a little something, something or whatever.
Yeah.
Was doing anything with him. I
No,
don't know. I couldn't do that.
no. He had a
Plus,
girlfriend, the same girlfriend he's with now.
right. Well, that was the bad thing. Like you guys are saying all this stuff. He's still young. You guys are, sabotaging him already.
Yeah,
But they kind
that's
of,
a lot. Yeah, that's a lot to put on him. One thing I thought interesting was Hunter's girlfriend, her mother there, what's her Washington Redskin lover, whatever her handle is. She was from Gloversville. She knew Allie then. I have pictures of her with Allie when they lived in New York. I didn't realize they went back that far.
wow, that's cool.
Interesting, just interesting.
I don't know when Allie passed away. That I I don't know. I've seen so many people just being so disrespectful. And it's like
Yeah. How did Allie end
people
up in
saying horrible
Kingsport? Does
things.
anybody know? Anybody know that? How did
I
Allie end up in
don't.
Kingsport? Oh, well, I don't either.
Small world. Small world between all of them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, and that's the
Something.
thing, people in Beach Creek area and stuff like that also. Um, they may have not have known each other and hung around with each other, but they all knew of each other.
Oh, yeah.
They all knew of each other.
Oh, yeah.
I
And
think,
people looking into, oh, this is so and so's friend, and they're connected and they're friends. Well, they all live in a small town there, so yeah, they're friends. Yeah, they talked, probably waved hi at the grocery store, the gas station. I mean, yeah, they know each other. What? So what? They're not all in some big
well,
trafficking
that's
ring
what
or
I'm
criminal
saying.
organization.
I'm not going to sit and say everybody up there is guilty of something. I mean, I can't say that. But
Well,
I
we
do
all have
know,
things we wouldn't want brought out in public, right?
I think, that, oh, I don't care who brings something out about me in public as long as it's the truth. Jeez. Other than that, I don't give a shit. But no, these people, they all, and some of them I don't even think really did it intentionally, got mixed up in Summer's case like that. Other ones, they tried to get involved intentionally, but
Yes, you're absolutely right. Yep, some of them wanted it, the attention. Some of them didn't.
that's absolutely right. But
Well, I
I
think
don't.
digging into somebody's, you know, neighbor's, delivery man's, paper boy's criminal record is a little much, don't you think? Just
I do agree with you on that. I definitely agree with you on that.
it's crazy,
It's
going too far afield. People say I've been working this case since the beginning. No, you haven't. You're not law enforcement. People should call this person. People should call that person. No, you shouldn't. What happened to not going live? That used to be the golden rule, in true crime on social media. Don't go
well, my
live.
thing is,
We're not law
this
enforcement.
is
We
the
don't need
thing
to
that
be
gets me.
investigating.
I I don't. If somebody comes out on social media and says, "Oh, I found this out and I turned it over to law enforcement," and they tell you what they turned over to law enforcement, that is so. That is just like, okay, well, so then what you're saying you told law enforcement must not have that much meaning if you're sharing it with 20,000 people on social media.
Or they bring it out on social media before they call the cops.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
what do you think about the phone call where it was to law enforcement, where it was said, he's going to unalive Candace and then we're never going to find out what happened to Summer?
Oh, I didn't hear that. They were
You
saying
didn't?
Don was going
No,
to?
Dawn didn't do it. They were
Nah.
saying Candace allegedly had the black eye.
Oh, yeah, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Well,
Yeah, but yeah, everybody worries about Candace. But when she broke Don's eardrum, did anybody call, or try to get Don domestic violence help? No.
no, it was just big news. To show,
Yeah.
it was just to show that Candace was a bad person.
She did that when when EquiSearch was there. So why didn't anybody intervene in that? I don't understand.
I don't know.
I hate cop callers. There's a website, a whole website on outing confidential informants. Actually, and she posts their pictures and the report and everything about them on there. That's dangerous. Although that is where I got a confidential report about what happened to Rose Bly. So I did profit from that. However, you're going to get these people killed. I know she's trying to make people aware to not trust them, but
Well,
I don't know. I don't know how she's getting the confidential reports either. That's interesting.
well, if you ask most of them, they've got a track to the inside sources.
Oh yeah.
And who the fuck are the inside sources?
Exactly.
Like
the fake CPS report. Yeah.
Oh my God, that was horrific.
I knew that was fake right from the beginning because nobody had scabies. So.
Well, let me say this: whoever wrote it, they did a really good job. They did a good job, right? I mean, they added in everything they needed to as far as, Candace and Hunter and all that stuff. I mean, they did a good job writing it. They absolutely did.
Well, they included all the rumors that were going around on social media. But nobody had scabies. I knew that. So I knew that was fake. So that puts the whole thing in a different light. Plus, who from social media or who from CPS is going to risk their job? Because you know who it will come from.
Well, that, I don't know. I don't really say a whole lot about Freddie and Ziggy. I don't say a whole lot about Freddie and Ziggy, but there's a lot about that they're not gonna say a lot about different things that may, step on their little deal they got going on now.
Remember that in that Discord, that it came out. I think it was in Tiffany Marie's Discord. I know Benny was in there. That person called in and said that they went to the person that took Summer actually was going to take Summer and the youngest boy, and that he got away and he saw them cut Summer's throat. Remember all that?
Yes,
that caller?
Yes. I mean, oh man, that was something. And who would call Benny Keys to tell him that?
Well, they put it in the Discord, and the cops had already checked it out like a year before it came out on social media. So who put it out on social media?
I don't know. Benny talked about it on his channel. I remember that.
Yeah, he did.
I remember that. Remember, he got a phone call. He got a phone call from this woman whose boyfriend or husband worked with the CPS worker. You remember that? That's what's
for
real.
But then people dug into that, and that wasn't true.
So
that's just it. Nobody fact check or investigates anything before they come out with that. Oh, there's a good story. Let's hurry up and put this out on YouTube.
So do you think that, maybe they're from the get-go with the lice and the head shaving and stuff? Do you think that possibly Candace was just trying not to make herself look like a bad mom over the lice and stuff? Or, I mean, because you got to admit, when they came out on the WJHL interview, it was like 4 different things that they said why they shaved their head.
Yeah, they did say that.
I don't know if,
Sandy, the kids did have lice, yes.
So, but what, because they were the kids of Dawn and Candace, especially Candace, people automatically said that they were being neglected. And believe me, there's many children in America who have lice, and they
Oh,
bring
yeah.
it home. And if you don't treat it properly, you just can't get rid of it.
Not just impoverished kids either. That
Yeah.
lice doesn't care what socioeconomic class you're in.
And that's what I've always said too. I think that, um, you know, Grandma and Dawn both made Candace out to be this perfect mother. You know, Candace walked Summer to the door. It just didn't make sense to me because I'm like, Summer lived there 5 years of her life. How many times did Candace walk her to the front door just from Grandma's trailer?
Yeah.
To tell the boys to keep an eye on her. That didn't make a lot of sense to me.
No.
It really didn't. So, you know, that's one thing that's always stuck out in my mind too. Why
I
would
think
you
those
need to walk her to the door?
I think those kids live pretty much like we did when we were young. You just went out in the morning and came home when it got dark.
Yeah.
Your parents never knew who you were, how far away from home you were. You could have been miles from home doing something you weren't supposed to do, and nobody cared. You came home at
Did,
dark, and went
did the
out the next
boy,
morning.
did the Don made it out like he gave the boys walkie talkies to keep in contact with them in the house, and I'm like, he probably brought them walkie talkies so they could play with them and
Yeah,
have fun.
yeah.
But he made it out like, oh, I gave the boys little, made sure they had knives and I'm like, dude, we had walkie talkies when we were younger.
I had
Yeah.
I had tin cans and a string. No, just kidding.
Uh,
I don't think
I
I'm that
mean,
much older than you, Mary.
we played tags. We played all kinds of shit.
Jacks. I think
We
jacks
played
were
all
worse
kinds
than
of games.
Legos. Pick up sticks. We could run over gravel. Remember that? Our feet
Yeah.
were so tough from being barefoot. We could
Yes.
run over gravel and
Yes.
not even feel it.
We were barefoot all the time.
Oh yeah.
All the time.
We never wore shoes.
Well, I tell a lot of people that have the cans and the string that they need to check. They need to check their string sometimes because I think it's got a knot in it. So what they're repeating isn't quite right. That's what I say. Untie that string. You got a knot somewhere. Figure it out.
It literally is like they gave a telephone. YouTube is all like that. Where you tell when you were kids, like you whisper the story in the next person's ear in a line, and when it comes out at the end, it ain't
Right.
nothing like what it started. And
Right.
that's everybody twists it a little bit, and you're like, no, that's not at all what they said. But part of it is everybody hears things through their own lens, their own experiences, how they view things. And so when they hear something, they're not exactly hearing those words. They're hearing
Exactly.
something that they filtered through their experiences.
Well,
So then
exactly.
when they repeat it, it's a little different. Yeah.
Exactly. I get it. I completely get it. Because it's it's not but I think like you said, when they hear it through, and that's what I think brought a lot of people to Summer's case, because a lot of us, not saying that Summer experienced the things that we did, but we kind of looked at the different scenarios that could have happened. And, a lot of people were like, okay, well, this happened to me when I was younger. So you know, this,
Yeah.
I know that this happened to Summer because it happened to me. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, but, you know, it's sad all the way around. But I'll tell you what interested me also is when Dawn was talking about, I forgot what I was going to say. My brain just went, I can't remember. It'll come back to me. That happens all the time. It
Oh, I
does. It
still
happens
have
all
my
the time.
clackers, Marie. I still have my clackers. One's pink and one's purple. Yeah, they were supposed to get rid of them because they were recalled because they were supposedly dangerous. I believe they were dangerous, but I still have mine. I saved them.
They've recalled everything that we
I
had
know.
when we were younger.
Remember jarts? I love jarts and throwing them at your siblings. This could take out an eye.
We had those yard darts, and I swear, trigger warning, my cousin threw one and it stuck in the back of my other cousin's head. I swear. It was bad.
Or it used
was
to be a big
bad.
deal to shoot an arrow up into the sky and see where it came down. Remember we used to do that? I know one guy in town whose brother shot his eye out with a BB gun. I had the meme that I shared. It said I literally cut my arm off and my mom put mercurochrome on it and sent me back out to play. That's true. We didn't get.
My grandma was a big gay person. It didn't matter what was wrong with her, she'd get the big gay out. It was like, Grandma, dang, or just put a little bit of this on there, it'll help.
My mom used to make us eat Vicks. I think that's toxic.
Yes. I don't know. They say don't do it today, but there were a lot of people that would actually take a spoonful of Vicks all the time.
Oh, yeah. And a friend of mine's mom used to put it on a piece of bread, make them eat it. There's no way in hell I would eat that.
Oh, no, me neither.
Gross.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Pea shooters.
Yeah.
Oh, we had, slingshots.
Crazy.
I don't know. They took all those fun things away from kids. Remember, we used to play mumblety peg with jackknives.
I remember when NyQuil used to have enough alcohol in it, where people would go steal the NyQuil. Well, I knew this dude. He used to go into like a CVS or whatever, and he would open the NyQuil and have it drank before he even got to the front of the store. So
oh my God.
Yeah. I also knew a woman who was an alcoholic who was so bad she drank rubbing alcohol? Yeah.
Oh, they drink perfume too. They drink a lot of things.
Crazy.
They drink anything they could that had alcohol in it. Which is sad. That shows how addictive that is. How sad that is.
Yep. It is sad. But that's the thing. It's okay to drink, but don't do anything that's, it's crazy.
I think I still have my Girl Scout jackknife somewhere. Those were the days. We lived on the edge.
Yeah,
you never knew if you were going to live to get home at night. Nowadays, kids are so pampered.
Lord have mercy. Well, Lisa, thanks for hanging out and talking to me. And
it was fun.
4 hours. I'm going to give you that. Well,
I always have a good time with you, Mary.
Well, Lisa, I appreciate you too, even though I give you a hard time. I don't do it in meanness, okay?
Okay.
For real. So don't think that at all.
Well, this was fun. This was fun. This was fun talking about
different things.
Talking about old times. Vicks. I always
know.
hated Alka-Seltzer. My dad would try to,
Oh,
almost,
I
he
I
almost
love
drowned me pouring Alka-Seltzer down me because I wouldn't
I
drink it.
I love Alka-Seltzer. I really do. And I always, if I didn't feel good, that's my go-to was Alka-Seltzer. And
Uh,
then they took an ingredient out of it, and it just didn't work as good. I'm like, you guys take everything away that, I always did in my childhood, and you act like that it's a big problem now. Girl, I remember when you could go buy Sudafed and you wouldn't have to give your driver's license and sign for it.
I had
I
to show my
mean,
driver's license for
that was back
glue
in the
at
day.
Target.
I had to show mine to get the duster for my computer. I was like, what? So I even told the girl, I was like, wait a minute, why do you need my license? Well, we got to have your license for that. I'm like,
I didn't
for
know they were
what?
huffing. They were huffing that.
They've been huffing that for decades. Decades.
Poppy, I remember that. I remember that rope. That was hilarious.
Oh yeah, that was. That was. Believe me, that did not get me ready for climbing that rope on the obstacle course in the Army. I can tell you that right now. It did not help. We used to sit on swings and face each other and sit on, put our legs beside each other, and people would swing you, and then you would take and wrap your swing chains around each other and freaking go flying the other way. We used to
Ah,
do that all the time. That was crazy. We did crazy stuff.
remember the
Well,
monkey bars? I don't think they have
yeah.
those anymore. You climb
Um,
around and fall to your death and break a
didn't they?
leg and get
Didn't
back
they?
up and
Why did they? Didn't they have monkey bars there on the Wells property?
yeah, they do an old set.
Yeah, an old set of monkey bars, and I remember people made a big deal out of the refrigerator with the holes in it because Dolly
Oh,
picked
that
that
has
stick up and was hitting the refrigerator while he was doing the
refrigerators
interview.
have magnetic closures. They don't have a latch anymore. Nobody's getting trapped in that refrigerator. You just push the door open.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like in a city or whatever, a little town, they do want you to take the doors off if you got it
Oh yeah,
outside,
absolutely.
you know. But yeah, back in the day, it was like stay out of the refrigerator. If you get in it, too bad. Get
Well, they
yourself
used to have a
out.
latch. They used to have a latch on it, so then you couldn't get out of it. Yeah, but they switched to magnetic closures. I mean, for quite a while ago, so that wouldn't happen.
Right. Oh, that's pretty cool. A record player from 1959. Dang, girl.
I
That is
still have my
old.
I have my record player and all my old records,
I know. I wish I had mine. I had some
and a
really good
half a
ones.
closet of 45s. I just went crazy buying 45s back then.
Yeah. There's a lot of people still listen to records.
Yeah.
I used to have a bunch of them. Girl, I moved so much. I mean, going from military base, and I don't know if I've ever really, I just the way my life's been since I was younger, I don't think I've really had a place that I've really called home. It's weird, but that's just the way I've kind of felt. I've never really been anywhere that, you know, I mean, of course I call it home because I freaking live here, but it's like I've just never really had a home to call a home.
Oh, I've never felt that way.
Well, I think it was
That's
from being homeless
that,
when I was younger and not really
that's
having a
sad,
stable
Mary.
place to be, and you know. But
That's sad.
well, I mean, I don't know. It's not that sad to me anymore because I've felt that way for so on, but yeah, it does kind of suck. I mean, but like I said, I don't think it really bothers me that much anymore. But that's just the way I've kind of felt, for most of my life. Nothing.
Well, I gotta go. I
stayed.
gotta get something to eat. So
Yeah, me too. I'm getting my ass off here. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Anytime, lady.
Bye,
Later.
Chad.
All right. I threw her off. She got thrown off. I'm getting off here, you guys. Thanks for hanging out. I could have sat there and bullshitted with Lisa for 6 hours, but I'm going to get off here, and I appreciate you guys. Go hang out, do whatever you want. I don't know for a fact if I will be live tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Peace out. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Maud, for coming in and hanging out. I appreciate you for hanging with me the whole time. I know I'm a loser. All right. Peace out, everybody. Have a good night.